man.
If you're gonna take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking
Hey, greetings, peace, everyone. Let's do a mic check before we start to make sure that I'm heard clearly. Greetings, everyone. Press 1 if you can hear me. Greetings and peace to everyone in the chat. Nice to see everybody in the chat. Press 1 if you can hear me. Let's press a 1. Okay. Wonderful. We got one. Golden One says, what an intro. Yes. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go through the people that are in the room to give respect to those that are in the room. And let's go through the people in the room and give shout outs and respect to see who is here. There are some consistent students that are here, and let's give a shout out and respect to everybody that is in the room. So first off, of course, we have Jody Southworth. Peace and greetings to you. Jody Southworth, who's at every single Podclass. And when I was on the Killer Priest podcast, Podcraft for a consistent time, every time I was there, she was there too. That's actually where she met me, where she saw me teaching first. Peace to Jody. Peace to the name that I like, Horizon of Zion. Sounds like a Bob Marley song. I like it. Horizon of Zion. Peace to you. Peace to everybody. We have Dizen Mizzen. Peace to you, Dizen Mizzen. And of course, we have the lovely Tamika Wright, who is another consistent supporter and attender of the pod classes. Peace out to you. We have, who else do we have here in the room? Of course, one of my best students here, AJ the Super Mogul. Peace to AJ the Super Mogul. He says, let's go Saba. Peace to you. This is one of my students one of the few people that I allow to do the one-on-ones with me outside of the pod class. I only have a certain amount of time in the day, and this is one of the students who does the one-on-one class with me out and comes to the pod class and supports both. Shout out to you, AJ Super Mogul. Shout out to Rigo with rocket ships. I think that may represent the Rocketeers. I'm not sure, but shout out to Rigo. And of course, the woman's name who rhymes. Ashley, too crafty. Love and light to the gods of consciousness. She puts I'm not sure what the first one is, but the second one is a diamond. Shout out to you. We have Buck the President. Buck the President, peace and shout out to you, another consistent student. Oh, I like this. Tamika put all the rocket, the hats, the Rocketeers, the snakes, and the spider. And one of the number one students who gives major support every single show, of course, is Kameet 101, who says, in the mood to learn. Peace, Ma'at class. Okay, wonderful. And of course, we have one of the moderators. We'll get into the moderators in a moment. But this is one of the moderators, Unk E.M. Ma'at. And we have, here's another consistent. We have Vinny Black Lodge. Isn't it a full worm moon? I'm not sure what that is. Full moon, maybe saying. It was a full moon yesterday. Could be a full moon today as well. But yes, peace to of course, Hika Kepara, another consistent supporter and student who's been coming consistently lately. Shout out to you. He's one of the newer ones. Shout out to you though, new and consistent. And here is speaking of consistent, this man here is everywhere that I if I'm on Sonnetter, even if I'm not, I go to Sonnetter, I see him on there. I go to the Killer Priest podcast, I see him on there. He's here. He's definitely about consistent, spending his day consistently on the seeking and sharing of knowledge. Shout out to you, DHNJ. DHNJ, we have Naigi, I believe the name is. Back again, yes, back again. And we have one of my favorite rhymers from the Killer Priest podcast, who said inside of him he is born a Moor. I believe he said something about, well, my skin is pale on the outside, but I'm a Moor on the inside. Something to that effect, I think. Don't quote me exactly, but he's definitely one of the best rhymers I've heard on the Killer Priest podcast, and that is Anton the Bum. Go look out for his music, type his name in, and you will find a lot of his tracks. He definitely is one of the lyricists that keep lyricism and content in the music, and he has songs about current events and hip-hop and keeping the culture alive. Shout out to you, Anton the Bum, who says, peace to Tehuti, looking forward to this build. Of course, we have the class wouldn't be the class without this student right here, Netter the Greatest. Let's see where this class takes us tonight. We're going to explain that to the new people that are in the room that are wondering, what is the Tehuti Podclass? What's the subject of the class? And I'm going to explain it in the moment that the subject of the classes that I have are the hardest subjects on the planet Earth. What makes them hard is that I don't know what the subjects are. I know what the subjects are when the class begins, and usually right before the class starts or somewhere in the class, people start sending Cash App questions. Speaking of which, while I'm introducing, and then I answer them, and then that's what the class is about. So speaking of which, while I give shout outs, let me put at the bottom, let me put in the room here, this shows up at the bottom there, that is the Cash App. And is the PayPal there? Let me see something here. That is the PayPal and the Cash App that you can send questions to and support to. Let us continue. I'll put that up because I expect to go to my notifications and see questions of which I don't know what they're going to be. Okay, and then I answer questions live. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Everybody's here. We got a lot of people. Phil Clabby. I can't say I'm familiar with Phil Clabby, but peace to you and Thank you for coming to the room and interact in any way you see fit, as long as it's respectful. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Robert Williams, peace of the God. I'm not opposed to the gods. I think that's coming from one of my books, which I'm going to put on the screen in a moment. There's a section in the book which described that the word human actually means one who's opposite of a god, one who's opposed to the gods. And I think he's quoting it right there. I'm going to put my book up on the screen shortly. Okay, Hotep de Joger. I like that name. Yes, I remember de Joger. I remember you, brother. Hotep to everybody. There's actually too many people in the room to give the shout out to everybody. It's like 57 plus people just starting off. Big Vapes, another consistent. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. A lot of people in the room. Okay, we got Boss Fee. Right, there he is. Boss Fee is Black Alar. Thank you for putting that there, because it's hard for me to remember the names of the Cash App, the YouTube name. There's a Cash App name, a YouTube name, a PayPal name. Is different. There's different names that pop up, so I don't remember who is who. Speaking of which, there's somebody who sent a question from last week called what is it, Mishak? And I don't know what your name is in the Cash App, so I'd have to match it up to see which one is the one that I didn't get a chance to, and I'll let you know if I'll be answering that. But I don't know what your name is on the Cash App to see what question you sent, if you're in the room right now. Oh, and of course, the champ, Nyasha champ, peace, brother Tehuti, sending me diamonds. Thank you. Another consistent supporter, Naisha Champ, who is always in the room where she can. I think sometimes she even comes in while she's driving, but she is trying to be as consistent as she can under whatever circumstance she is in, which is wonderful. We have Mary Boonot, all the way from Trinidad. A round of applause for those coming all the way out from so far. We've had people from Australia, people from Amsterdam, people from South Africa. Everybody's in the room. And now we have somebody from Trinidad. Wonderful, Trinidad. And we have Deadbeat Void. Shout out, class in session. Deadbeat Void is another consistent. Awesome. We have too many people. We have not too many people, but too many people to shout out every single person. But of course, we cannot do the shout outs without shouting out who? The person who was responsible for creating. Where is he? I know he's in the room. Yeah, I know he's in the room. But he's the person responsible for creating the moderators, and he's always in. There he is, of course. Stranger. What does Stranger do? I'm going to give a shout out to Stranger, because Stranger is the one responsible for creating. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the moderators, which are Unki and Mayat, Nani Asetmer, and Saneti Amun. These are my moderators. These are the people that, if a question is missed that you sent in the Cash App, you can let them know. If you want to know any future debates or past debates links, they will let you know. They will also keep control of the room if anybody gets out of hand. You can also tell them if you see someone getting out of hand in the room. You can ask basic questions about how to navigate through the room, because we do have a system here, which I am about to introduce the system, because we do have a system going on here. Okay, that's everybody. Oh, JP, I'm not too familiar with JP, but shout out and peace to you, JP, and I'm glad you came, whoever you may be. We invite everyone to the Tehuti Podclass. Now I'm going to explain to all the people in the room that have just come in, what is the Tehuti Podclass? So, peace and love, everybody. My name is, so there's three of us here, and I'll explain who we are. And there's three of us on the screen here. Okay, let me get Big Vapes out. Big Vapes. JP out. Big Vapes. Okay, good. My name is Tehuti. I'm an Hotep Ra. I am a Saba, which is a doorway, a teacher. The Saba is a word for doorway, and it is the word for teacher, and it is the exact same word for student. I am a teacher, and I'm a student at the same time. Because of that, I offer my services to people to answer questions that they may have on many different topics. No limitations on many different topics pertaining to our culture, history, language, morality, science, mathematics, things that are seeming to be underground that are not openly taught. I've been around teaching for a period of I'm sure how many decades, maybe three decades. But when I started, there was no such thing as a YouTube. So I was teaching live across America, anywhere from 30 to 500 people at a time. And then I went underground for a little while and stopped teaching. I only taught to my personal inner circle, until a brother named Ahati told me, brother, I'd really like you to be more known. You need to come out and make yourself more known, because there's teachers, so-called teachers out there that are claiming to be teachers, but they're just into drama and chaos. They're not thorough. They don't give archaeological dates, finds. They're pretty basic. And he said, I think the world needs to know about you. Again, because I was known before under another name, very popular under that name for several years. And then he said, I need to be known under who I am now, because it's the internet world now. And now I can be heard across the world, as opposed to what I was doing. I was literally traveling from state, country, different places, teaching at live events, question answer sessions. So I taught my personal family. And then when I came on the internet and started teaching again, some of my old students, I had so many names I forgot, but there's so many old students that I had that I taught 28 years ago. They started seeing me on the Killer Priest Podclass. They're like, "Oh, you're back teaching. So nice to link back up with you. You're the one that saved me from Christianity or from whatever I was in 28 years ago, and I'm glad you're back again." And they had to find me under this new name. Then the students started swarming in. Students, people that saw me debating, because I went and got an interview from a debate league, and it turned into me debating their champion. I ended up winning the belt. I wasn't even there for that. I was just there for an interview, and ended up winning. They kept bringing more people to me, introducing me to people that I never heard of before, like Unc West and the Jabari and who else? I don't know, the commission, a bunch of different names, and I debated them, and I just kept beating them. And anyways, I left that situation undefeated and went on to Saw Netter, and then went on to Saw Netter while I was part of that league, and beat Zion Lex and Jabari, and continued on. And then people started coming in wanting one-on-one classes with me. And they wanted to have reciprocation, which means that they were offering me time for my services, which is absolutely fair. Just like we do with the in this society with doctors and teachers and such. But the amount of students that were coming in were overwhelming my time. Oh, those are the gerbils. The amount of students that were coming in were overwhelming my time. So I told all the students, I only have time for a few students. I am going to open up to the public and start a pod class where all my students and new people and even people that are against me can come. And all I ask is, when you ask a question, send in a super chat. But YouTube removed the super chat so that they were sending me super chats on Killer Priest Podcast to support. And then YouTube removed my super chat super chat capabilities. I guess they didn't like my content, right? So they removed the super chat. So then I told everybody, okay, so send it in to PayPal, Cash App. You can send in a donation. You can send in a question with a donation attached to it, and then I will check my notifications, go to those questions that have the donations with them, and answer them one by one. And that is how we have a reciprocal relationship for my time, and also answering the way that I do. For those who are brand new here, when you see how I answer questions, you will understand the value in comparison to others that you may see, and you do the comparison yourself. So all I ask from everybody is, if you see the bottom of the screen there, you will see the PayPal at Rocky SV. Cash App is TT Moon. Please support with questions, and I will answer the questions. I do not have super chat ability, so the only way you can send in the donation questions or just a donation is through the PayPal and the Cash App. So I will check that. And then based on that, that is literally what the class is about. I don't know what the class is about until I get the questions. Sometimes I get them in right before the class starts. Sometimes they come in right when the class is about to end, the last class. So I start the next class with the questions that I missed, trying to get to everybody. I do eventually get to everybody, either here or off the screen personally. Okay, so that is the Tehuti pod class. Of course, we have Master K. Got to give a shout out to Master K. We have oh, there he is. That's him. See, my brother has so many names on here that I can't keep track of. He has one about CMOS, Spicy Man, or something. So many names he has. I knew him as D. He has so many different names. But this brother here, there he is. He said, "That's me. Lost contact with you for 28 years." So this was a brother that I woke up 28 years ago. I don't remember what he was into. He came. I had a setup in Toronto, Canada, and he was with some people, but I don't know what he was into before me, but definitely woke him up, and he was consistent back then. He found me again, and he's consistent now, and it's been 28 years. So a lot of people think that I'm a new person that just popped up, because they don't understand where I came from, because I don't claim I have the master teachers that the other people have, like the doctor. Respect to Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, all those brothers. I don't know anything about them as far as learning anything from them. I've read no book. So a lot of people think that maybe I am new, because I didn't come up under the regular, I guess, commercial known popular Ashar Kwesi, Dr. Ben, um, Dr. Clark kind of circle that came in. I didn't come in under that. So those are not my master teachers. But yes, I've been around for decades teaching. This is one of the brothers that can testify. Shout out to you, Golden One, for consistently coming to the classes. Here is my other student, who's the great student, the greatest student right here. He's awesome. He is a Hati Ma'at. He's an unofficial moderator, and he's the brother that I was talking about that I met. And he also is a brother I met who was in an unfortunate situation when I met him. And I woke him up from, he was questioning Hebrew Israelite, angry, not really having a place to stay. He had a great story, and I taught him, and he applied the Netzer knowledge and the laws of Ma'at to his life, and he added magic and transformed his life 180 degrees into a God that he is today. And that was a brother I met several years ago, Hati Ma'at. Shout out to the brother, and he's another one that can testify to how the teachings can help your life change. Okay. And then we have who else do we have here? Golden One, free, was a free thinker. Yeah, we got everybody. We even have a scribe here. We got the scribe. I think he changed his name. I know him as the picture's little, but I recognize that face. I know that, but he wasn't the scribe. But shout out to you, the scribe. He looks like another brother. He'll say who he is though, but I know him as something else. Shout out to you, the scribe. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Scott Reiger. Shout out to everybody. Let me get some water. And so my name is Tehuti, and this is Nakash. This is Nakash from Honduras. Nakash, Nakas. This is my Honduran hypomelanated tricolor from Honduras. Say peace, Nakash. Peace. On my hat, this is Neith. She's all the way from South Africa. She is a unicorn. So you're looking at a unicorn. That black dot on her head is actually a horn. And her species is all the way from South Africa, as they call it today. These are some of the many animals that I keep around me for my personal energy. I've kept these type of animals around me since I was 7 years old. Okay. So shout out to everybody and much respect and love to everyone who is new in the room. I see, Conscious Conqueror is in the room. Shout out to Conscious Conqueror and Jimmy B. A lot of people in the room. Shout out and respect to everybody. AI Vasquez, I think I saw him. Shout out to AI Vasquez. Let's get started, everybody. Right, that's Lamar. That's right. I knew the picture's a little small, but I was like, I see that. I see the hair on the side that looks like, I don't just want to start calling out names. But yes, that is Brother Lamar, who is another serious student. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. So many people coming in the room. Peace, Cash Peden. Peace, Vlog Adventurer. There's another new person in the room called HR. I can't find him though, but there's so many people popping up in the room. Jimmy B. F.U. Bill Gates. So many people popping out in the room. Shout out to everybody. This room is an open class. You can ask questions. And also, those who send in Cash App and PayPal questions, if you want, you're also invited to come on the screen, which means that I will allow you to come on the screen for a few minutes and literally ask your question live and interact with me. You can pop up on the screen. I will send you a link because you are a supporter and you can come on the screen. I want everybody to know there's no drama here whatsoever. This is all about just information. That is it. Okay. I'm going to start the class with the affirmation, an affirmation, and I will explain that. So I will start like this. Anki Mayat, un ms, nintet aset emayat, min hebapet emayat, her and hu kiwi, per e kut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation that I say with my family every morning and before every class, and I bring it here to the internet. For those to get the affirmation, you can add that to your family as well. And for those who want to know where those sections are in the Param Haru, we can walk through it. But that is the affirmation. Also, let me tell everybody how else you can support. These are my books that you can actually order while the class is going on. This is Melanin Dark Consciousness. Melanin Dark Consciousness is a 33-page pamphlet book PDF that you can get sent directly to your email. Those who have this book in the room, go ahead and press 1. Press 1 if you have this PDF. Let's see who's supporting. Let's see who has this PDF. If you got yours, you can press a 1. Okay. We also have Stepping Out of the Matrix, Secrets of the Ages, another great book. It's about 103 pages. I think the revised is 109. That's around 103 pages to 109 pages, and it is breaking down things like the origin of the Ptolemies, the Hunab coup, and the origin of the of why there is a Fibonacci sequence that echoes throughout Kemet. It breaks down black light consciousness, and it breaks down how consciousness can travel from place to place without a physical vehicle. It breaks down where the Jesus story came from, the Serapis story, and the Septuagint, and much, much more. You can literally ask how to order it to the moderators and send in an email, and you will literally get the book while this class is going on. It only takes a few seconds or a minute for you to get it. Those are the books. So those are how you can support the pod class. And let me get some water and let us get into it. Wow. Look at all the people that have the book. I'm just seeing the screen now. Shout out to everybody. We got Hatimad has the book. The Scribe has the book. Buck the President has the book. Neto the Greatest has the book. Naija Champ has the book. Tamika Wright has the book. Heka Kepara has the book. Jelly F has the book. Unki Ma'ad has the book. So many people. Shout out to everybody. Somebody put Espanol. Okay, shout out to everybody who has the book. So let us get into it. We're gonna now get into the question. There's a couple questions. Let me check my email because there was a couple from last week, and I'm gonna let everybody know which ones I can get into right now. It has been a busy week, but I'm gonna go look at them. And we have I haven't yet. Would love to grab a copy. Sent a small donation, but wouldn't mind dropping a few on the good brother. Okay, wonderful. Cash Pete and just send I'll put the email up on the screen. This is my email, and you can just send an email saying you request a book, the book order directions, and then I'll send the directions on how to get the PDF, and you can literally get it before this class is done. Sometimes you get it within a minute or so. If I see it, because there's a long list of people on the on my notifications. Okay, Golden One has the book. This is wonderful. Okay, let's get into it. Everyone. JP says I read both books too. Excellent, guys. Wonderful, excellent. Let's get into it. Black Card has the book. There's too many people there's a lot of people. Wonderful. Thank you everybody for supporting. I'm glad everybody learned. Let's get into the Podclass, the one and only Podclass where you can send your questions in of all different topics, and I will answer them extremely thoroughly and as best to my ability as the Saba, and we will also get into other topics as well. But let's see the topics. Let me check my notifications and see who is supporting and see who is sent questions. And I have wow, I am packed. What's going on? We have so many people. This is great, guy. Thank you, everybody. I see them all. I think. Yep. Oh, that's sent. Wait. Sent. Oh, well, let me. These are sent. Okay, sent. Okay. I still see you, everybody. Let's get into so this is we have somebody here requesting a book. Let me do something really quick, everyone. Let me do this. And let's get into it. Step TD. Okay. We have a book requester here, so let me go and see what let me see something here. Desin. Whoops. Desin Mizzen. What is this here? Hold on, everybody. Wait, everyone. Hold on. There's a little glitch taking place. Let me fix the glitch. Hold on, everyone. And by the way, I'm a one-man show over on this side, so I'm doing all of this manually. I'm the engineer and the teacher and the background music and all kind of different things going on here. So I'm the book orderer, the book sender out. You know, I'm a one-man army. Never been taken out. I keep MCs looking out. You remember that? That was at ODB. I'm the one-man army solved. Okay, so let me go ahead and let me see. We got Dism. Where is directions? Directions. Okay, Dism. You will be getting an email in a second. An email in a second. And here you go. This is going to be a great one, everybody. This is going to be really great class here. Okay, I just sent you that there. Okay, so let me check and see who is, if there's someone actually here in the room, because I had a question from hey, greetings. Okay, I got a question from DeAndre. No, Beged Leisure. Is Beged Leisure in here? Is Beged Leisure in the house? Let me check and see. Beged Leisure. Ooh, so much on the screen here. 1 second, everyone. Beged Leisure. Beged Leisure. Is Beged Leisure in here? We got Nahia Ninti has stepped in the room. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Peace, peace, peace. Is Beged Leisure? Beged Leisure. Post your Cash App Tehuti. It's actually right at the bottom. Look at the bottom of the screen. Post your Cash App to look at the bottom of the screen, and if you look at the bottom of the screen, you will see the Cash App and the PayPal. I will also put it here. If for some reason your computer is not seeing that, I'll put it over here. Oh, where is it? Here, I'll put it right here with my AI moderator. There it is on the middle of the screen, brother. Right there. Support with Cash App. $TT Amoon. Okay. $TT Amoon. Okay. Wonderful. All right, guys, let's get into it. I know we have a lot of questions. Okay, got it. Wonderful, Dre Mills. Okay. Is Beged Leisure in the room? Beged Leisure. Is Beged Leisure in the room? Beged Leisure, because I don't know the name in the room. I just know Beged Leisure on the Cash App. Okay, we'll wait for that. Yes, Tamika, right. Hit the likes. Let's get into it. We got a lot to break down. Hit the like, share, let everybody know. Let your friends know. For those who are new to the room, something happened here with the lighting. Okay. For those who are new to the room, you can invite people who are not who may be against some of the teachings. It's open for everyone to come and converse and ask questions and talk. They will not be treated rude. You can, if you have a Christian wife, a Christian husband, girlfriend, a son, a cousin, a Muslim, more, and you want them to come over to some other type of knowledge that deals with root source origins and Kemet, feel free to bring them. Don't feel uncomfortable. And they can feel comfortable coming. They will not be disgraced, humiliated, disrespected. Everything will be done with a knowledgeable fashion and cordiality and with decor and a good demeanor. And that is actually how you convert people out of the matrix, right? Another big step is how do you get this knowledge across and get the people that you love out of the nonsense and into the truth. That's another skill right there. You can give somebody information, but how do you help their brain make the distinction and create the bridges to get them to cross over out of the nonsense? We're going to go over that too. Okay. We got Demeech. Demeech is another great supporter. Demeech, I think at one time gave the highest Cash App for the whole class at one time. I believe that's him. Peace to you. Okay, so we don't have Leaguer in the room. What's his name? Not Leaguer. Just want to make sure that because there's people that ask questions. Beged Leisure, and we have DeAndre Bugard. Is DeAndre Bugard in the room? DeAndre Bugard, are you in the room? Okay. If any of you are in the room, let me know. Okay, so we're gonna now go into the notifications and see who sent what and what was requested and what was asked. And we have shout out to this is Heka Kepara. Wow, we were starting off with the biggest support already. We're starting off large. I don't even know if there's a question here. This is just support. This is awesome. Let me do this. Boom. Shout out to you, my brother. Wow. Okay, let me go ahead and see. We got everybody in the room. This is from Heka Kepara. Oh, 1 second, everybody. 1 second. Hold on. March. It's March, right? March. It's March 18th. Okay, March 18th. March. One moment, everyone. Hold on. Okay. Now we put in March. March 18th. Heka Kepara. Heka Kepara with the awesome to start the class off with a $45 donation, starting the class off with just frequency upgrading his frequency. I guess he is appreciative that this knowledge has upgraded his frequency. Shout out to you, Anthony Jackson, for starting off the class with the largest support I've seen in a while for your frequency upgrade. Some people are that appreciative, and I appreciate that there's people that appreciate. Where's the riddle? I appreciate that there's people that appreciate this knowledge more than they appreciate the Avengers. Because to go out with your family to go see the Avengers is actually more than $45. To go out and spend some time eating some pizza and smoking weed, I've actually seen people spend $200 on that. So I appreciate that there's people that appreciate this knowledge more than they appreciate donuts, weed, and the Avengers. Thank you so much for that. That is wonderful. Thank you, my brother. Okay, let's go back. I think we have a moderator just stepped in the room. I got a glimpse. I don't see her, but I thought I just saw her. There's a moderator that just came in. I thought I saw some. Oh, yes. Shout out to one of the moderators who says, greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your support. That is one of the moderators that wasn't here when I was shouting out the moderators. Sunetia Munshi is here now. Shout out to you, Anthony Hicka. You're awesome, my brother. Anytime you want to come up on the screen to ask a question or share a thought, you can get the link and come up on the screen. Don't be shy, people. Let's get into it. There's more. I'm going to go to one more, and then I'm going to go into last week. We have Blacku Lard. Blacks. I was going to give this guy a comedic name, but I can't. Blacks Alucard. That's the name. There he is. Blacks Alucard. I see him in here, and he has also given some support. After this, we're going to get into the actual. There's a question I was asked. Two great questions that are sent, actually, that I see. Blacks Alucard starting off the class again with a $20 support. Shout out to you, my brother. Let me put you up, and then we're gonna get into this knowledge. Because I see a question here. I see a question here on the Grim Reaper, and a question on reptilians. But wait, hold on. A question on okay. Let me finish with Blacks Alucard. Blacks Alucard. Shout out to you. He's just giving a thanks for the knowledge. Shout out to you, Blacks Alucard. You're welcome for the knowledge. You're very, very welcome. I'm glad you appreciate me more than you appreciate donuts and all the other crazy things that I see people spending money on to destroy themselves. Thank you for that support, my brother. Okay. Wow, this is just a lot of people starting off, just showing appreciation, support. Thank you, Nisha Champ, of course. Nisha Champ. Let's go every time. Nisha Champ every time. I'm gonna call her the champ supporter. She is the champ at consistent support. I'm gonna give that, and then we're gonna go into the first question here. I see a question on a question from DeAndre on looks like Gemateria. How do we know Gemateria is real or something like that? I see it here, but let me go ahead. Nasha Champ, shout out to you. Thank you. Appreciate that. You are awesome. Don't worry, everybody who sent their Cash Apps and PayPals. I'm going to handle everybody in the room. Let's get into you're welcome. You are welcome. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. So here we go. We have the first question I see here. What's this? Beged Leisure, are you in the house? Beged Leisure sent me a question. I'm going to answer a part of it. I'm going to answer, let's get into it. Let's go ahead and show it. Okay. Beged Leisure. I don't see you. But let's get into it. I just want to show you guys an example of how I answer questions that are just randomly sent to me. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen here. Beged Leisure sent a question in here, and it is boom, if everybody can see the screen, Beged Leisure with the $30, but this was from last week. He sent it right when the class is ending. Peace, bro. You don't have to answer this today if you don't have time. 2 questions. But the spirit of death, grim reaper, and dark cloak with shining white face that people have saw in out-of-body experiences, including me, is that set? And then there's more about reptilians. But okay. These are the type of questions I get for all the new people. Random, interesting questions that people go through, and they want to know about these things because it affects their life. And was my screen sharing there? Was my screen actually sharing? Because I don't see share screen. Let me do it again. Okay. I'm sharing my screen right now, and I'm going to put up the question. Shout out to the brother who gave a $30 donation and asked a couple of questions, and he asked, peace, bro, you don't have to answer this today if you don't have time. 2 questions. With the spirit of death, grim reaper in the dark cloak, shining white face, have seen it out-of-body experiences, including me. People have seen it in out-of-body experiences, including me. Is it the Natiru set? I'm going to stop it right there because that's the first. The other ones actually are different questions. But he sent such a high donation that, yes, he can ask multiple questions. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. So let's get into it. If I was just sharing my screen, press 1. If you saw me sharing the screen, press 1. I want to make sure everybody can see and hear me clearly. See and hear me clearly. Commission, press 1. Anki Maya, press 1. Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Let's get into it. So, who here has heard of the Grim Reaper? A very popular thing. You know what's interesting about these situations is that more people know about European invented characters that aren't even ever were even real than we know about our actual history, and that's actually a shame. That if I asked everybody questions on, tell me about Kigimni, tell me a little bit about Ptah Hotep, tell me a little bit about Amenemopi, tell me about Westwaret. If I just name ancestors that are actual, real, that existed, most people wouldn't know. But if I just said, tell me about Spider-Man, tell me about Captain America, tell me about Iron Man, we would know everything. Tell me about Papa Smurf. Tell me about Santa Claus. We would know everything about these characters, and they're not even actual characters. That's how this matrix has spun reality around, where we actually know more about fictitious characters. Here's another one. Tell me about Jesus. We know more about these fictitious characters than we actually know about our own culture. The Grim Reaper being one of them. So here we go. Shout out to Robert Reyes. Shout out to Robert Reyes. And Vinny says, the Sith is the only important part of the Grim Reaper to me currently. Interesting. Okay, let's get into it for a little bit. The Grim Reaper, everybody's seen him before. I'm gonna do a screen share and actually show everybody. Let's analyze why he's even called the Grim Reaper, and was the Grim Reaper always a he? Okay, so let's get into it, everybody, and shout out to the person who asked the question, the brother here who asked that question. And if you see this podcast, or if you come in later, you'll see that this was answered for you. So let's look. Vinny said the only important part to me is the Siths. So let's look at this. Here we go. This is the image of the Grim Reaper. Images, because the brother asked, what is this image that people see of the Grim Reaper when they're having an out-of-body experience? He's in a dark cloak with a shining white face. In actuality, there's no such thing as an image of the Grim Reaper. There are many images of the Grim Reaper, because it's not one thing, but it's a symbol. There's one thing that stays consistent, and just like Vinny said, what is that? That's the scythe. That's the sickle. You'll see in the images if you just type in Grim Reaper into your Google, you're going to see a whole bunch of different Grim Reapers. Some look like they have angel wings. Some look like they're skeletons. A lot of them are in the dark cloak. Some of them look like they're in the dark cloak with a skeleton face. Some of them are in a dark cloak with no face, so it doesn't even look like there's a body in there. Some of them have pale hands. Some of them have bluish hands. Some of them have long. There's many different images, as you can see, but the one thing that stays consistent is the scythe, or the sickle. Okay, so this image of the Grim Reaper that people are seeing is the image that their mind wants them to see when they get on the other side, because they've been seeing the Grim Reaper in their life since childhood, and hearing about the Grim Reaper since childhood. When they get on the other side, their mind tries to interpret what they're seeing, and they see something that looks like a shadow body with maybe no face, or maybe a light face, light as in energy light coming out. And when they come back, they have to interpret it in some way. And they interpret it, of course, based on the subconscious thought of what's been placed in their mind since they were 5 years old, right? And these stories that have come about of the Grim Reaper, we can't find them before the 19 or 1800s, right? Which means that you can't open up an ancient artifact, you can't open up an ancient document, an ancient papyrus, an ancient stone writing anywhere from Babylon, Sumer, Acadia, Kemet, any of these ancient cultures, and find anybody talking about a man with a dark cloak on and a sickle in his hand that is coming for you, and he's at the cemeteries. And these stories of the Grim Reaper are recent, right? It's somewhere from the 1800s as the personification of death, but they have origins, because of course the European took something that had an origin and then warped it. So first of all, why is he called the Reaper? We know why he's called Grim, because Grimm associates with savage death, things that the European was actually afraid of, which is why he wears black to funeral. Black to funerals, and the Cometians symbolize death as white. The Europeans symbolize death as black and wear white to weddings. So the Grimm part is only based on the fear of death. And the ancient Cometians and ancient people didn't fear death. They actually awaited death because death was their opening door to the afterlife, a world that could be possibly eternal. For those who didn't have spiritual teachings, of course, death was something that they feared because there was no story in their culture about what would happen afterwards. So thus death became something that was grim and gory. And you'll see that's why the Europeans and the certain people created these horror movies. You don't find horror movies or horror plays in ancient past. You don't find a Jason, a Freddy Krueger, a Michael Myers, a Saw 3, Saw 1, a Chucky. You don't find any of these stories in ancient type of cultures. So we focus on the thing that is the most consistent of the Grim Reaper, and that is the sickle, the scythe. Like Vinny said, there's only one thing that's important, and that is the sickle. Where does it come from? Why is he called a reaper? When we look up the word reaper, we see that it actually has nothing to do with being killed. So let's look up reaper in that etymological dictionary. Everybody should always look up words in etymology, because etymology is the root and the source of where words actually come from, not the dictionary, which just gives you the diction. The etymology gives you the etum, which is the root source of where words actually came from. So Middle English, reaper, early surnames, a harvester, one who cuts grain with a sickle or another instrument, replacing Old English reaper, agent, noun, reap, sense of a machine for cutting grain. So we see that all the way from and I'll show you from when. I haven't shown you yet, but all the way from ancient times all the way up to the 1800s, reaper always dealt with, and the sickle always dealt with a harvester, some type of a farmer. Then, as the name of personification of death, you see that, everybody? In 1818, right? So prior to 1818, you will not find any ancient stories of any such thing called a Grim Reaper. So when you go into an out-of-body experience or a lucid dream, and you see this kind of image here, the only reason you interpret this image here when you come back is because you've seen those images invented. And they went into your subconscious. But that's only since 1818. Prior to that, the sickle was associated with farming. Okay. So here we see that the Grim Reaper actually comes from what's called a psychopompt. A psychopompt. Okay. Here it is right here. What they call a psychopompt. I'm sure many people are not really familiar with this word. It's not a common word that is used in our vernacular, a psychopompt. But you see, a psychopompt, it starts off in Greece, right? A psychopompt, right? The Greek word psychopompus literally means guide of souls. So when you look up the Grim Reaper originally, before he was a scary aspect that had to do with frightening people, he was actually called the psychopompt, which was a guide of souls, something that was actually positive, right? Meaning the guide of souls, all creatures, spirits, angels, deities, and many religions whose responsibility is to escort newly deceased souls from earth to the afterlife. Let me go back. Yep, newly deceased souls from earth to the afterlife, right over here. Their role is not to judge the deceased, but simply to guide them. Appearing frequently in funerary art, psychopomps have been depicted at different times in different cultures as anthropomorphic entities. Okay. Anthropomorphic entities: horses, deers, dogs, whip-poor wills, ravens, crows, vultures. Owls, cuckoos, when seen as birds, they're often seen in huge masses waiting outside the home of the dying. So that is the psychopomp. What is the earliest, what is the old Greek psychopomp? The old Greek earliest psychopomp before the Grim Reaper was this right here. You see a man and a woman, and look at the bottom, they're holding hands. What you have here is you have Hermes and you have Athens. This is a relief card from the funerary Lycethos at Athens. Hermes, as a psychopomp, conducts the deceased. Mary Hine, a priestess of Athena. So it's Mary Hine, a priestess of Athena. So the earliest psychopomp images, or one of the earliest psychopomp images, is a woman holding a man's hand, a priestess, and Hermes. Of course, if you look up Hermes, Hermes is from Tehuti. Tehuti is where they stole Hermes from. So that is the psychopomp. Look at the date that this goes back to. The date this goes back to is, to Hades. Of course, Hades. That's very, very important. A priestess of Athena to Hades. This is in 430 BCE. 430 BCE. You see? Okay. Now I want to show somebody something, everybody something actually live that I'm just actually going to do right now in front of everybody, because it just I just want to show everybody this live. Here we go. Let's go ahead and go to Blue Letter Bible. Okay, so we're going to go to blueletterbible.org, and let's go ahead and type in Hades. Oh, sorry. Let's go ahead and type in Hades and see what's going on, because Hades goes back to Greek, results in the New King James. Let's go New King James, no problem. Okay, so look at this. In Matthew 11:23, and you, Capernaum, who is exalted to heaven, will be brought down to Hades for mighty works. Matthew 16:18. Also, I say to you, are Peter, and his rock I will build my church, and at the gates of Hades. Okay, who is Hades? Now we're going to go over here and just type in Hades, and we're going to see that Hades is actually the name of a Greek god. Hades. Hades is the name of a Greek god. So what is this name doing in the Bible as the name of a place you go to when you go into the underworld, when in actuality Hades is the name of a Greek god? And what's the name of the Greek god that I broke down in the in my debate, by the way, that I just recently officially won again? I won 2 times against Vocab Malone, one in the chat room, and then Sonetta just put up my debate again on the main page, and they voted, the whole crowd voted, and I won that again. But I said that the Jesus concept of a god of the underworld who says, I am the way, the truth, and the light, he's a guide, and he's the god of the underworld. And why do I call him a god of the underworld? Because he is the god of the world that is enter or underneath this physical world. If you say, where is Jesus right now? They're going to say he's in heaven. If you say, okay, can I get there on a rocket ship? They'll say, no, not that heaven. The heaven that's in an etheric, it's in another state. It's in a state that's underneath the physical world. It's not within this physical world, because Jesus was the God that went under the ground and then resurrected above the ground, stolen from, of course, Osiris, which they created. They took Osiris and they added him to Apis the bull, and that became Osar Apis. And Osar Apis is Serapis. Serapis is where they got the Jesus concept from, which is why it's in the book of Matthew as Hades. And look at Serapis. Serapis is this image right here. But this image popped up when I typed in Hades. Why? Because look down here, ladies and gentlemen. Hades and Serapis are the same being. Look at that. This is the same images that I showed to in Vocab Malone debate about Serapis being used to create Jesus. But Serapis and Hades are the same, because Hades is the god of the underworld, which goes all the way back to the ancient old Greeks, way before there was a New Testament or a Bible. And then when they were creating the Bible, they literally took a Greek god and took the Greek god's name and put that as a place that you would go to if you go into the underworld. Here is Hades, ladies and gentlemen. Here is Serapis. So Hades is Serapis. And now back to this image right here. This is the relief from the funerary Lycothos at Athens. Hermes, as a psychopomp, conducts the deceased Mary Hine, a priestess of Athena, to Hades. So what this Greek god is this Greek Hermes, as they have him, is guiding somebody to Hades, a place of the underworld. Right? This is where the Hades comes from. But this is in 430 BC before Christ. But where did this concept come from? Came from of a woman holding a man's hand and somebody being guided in the underworld. It was stolen from, ladies and gentlemen, stolen from the goddess, where they got the original Grim Reaper from, the original Reaper. The goddess Het Heru, goddess and guide of the souls in Kemet, the female energy which rebirths you. And here it is right here. Here is, this is a well-known preserved tomb of King Seti, KV, Valley of the Kings, KV 17, Valley of the Kings, 1294 BC. 1294 BC is 864 years prior to the Hades Athena Marihain image. And here's the image of the man holding the woman's hand, but it's the woman guiding the man. The woman is the one in the afterlife, Sekhmet Heru, Het Heru, who guides you in the afterlife for your rebirth, because it's female energy that rebirths you here, and it's female energy that rebirths you over there, and it's female energy that births you anywhere. One moment, let me get a little bit of water. So originally, before there was a Grim Reaper, a being in a long black cloak that you're going to see in your subconscious because it's been placed there since 1818, being in this long black cloak with a scythe, and we're going to show you where the scythe comes from. It was a female that the ancients were waiting for in the afterlife to guide you. But of course, the male dominant Greeks reverse it, and they have Hades. They have Hermes, a homosexual god, Hermes that was stolen from Tehuti, and Hermes is now guiding the woman. But in ancient times, 864 years earlier, it was the woman who was holding the man's hand, and that was Het Heru, who was helping you being rebirthed in the afterlife, and she's holding the man's hand. It's the woman guiding the man. But of course, when they create religion and the Greeks come in, right, which have an issue with genderism and love to reverse genders, they reverse it, and now it's the man, and all of a sudden the angel of death or the being of death always is shown as a man. You'd never see the Grim Reaper or the angel of death in Christianity portrayed as a female, when it was the female angel, the female Het Heru with the wings. She was the one that was symbolically had the wings, and Ma'at had the wings, and Aset had the wings, and they were the guide. Their wings represented the breath of life that would give you the breath of life to rebirth you symbolically in the afterlife. It's female energy that rebirths you in the afterlife. It's not male energy, but the Greeks, of course, reverse it, and then they create a Jesus, and now it's Jesus that is your guide to the afterlife. But here's where the image is stolen from, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what the Grim Reaper originally was before it was a scary Grim Reaper. It was a female, and that's why the Spanish have Muerte, Lady of Muerte, the Lady of Death, and that was a female. That was the Grim Reaper, the female. Thank you, man. That was the female. But let us continue here. So that's from the Valley of the Kings right there, and so we got the Serapis, Hades over there. And let's go ahead and continue. And now we'll end off with this by showing, here is the brother. Look at this brother right here. Look how brothers used to look. Look at this brother right here. Right? Who is this? Who is this? Sened the Gem. Sened the Gem. Where did he live? He lived in Set Ma'at. Set Ma'at. I want everybody to be very clear that Set, the god, Set the Netiru at one time was evil. At one time, when he first began, he wasn't evil. He was actually a protector of Ra. He was actually a positive warrior. He became jealous and evil, and then afterwards, after the evil was done, he was reaccepted again. So Set is not a negative being that's waiting for you on the other side. He's actually in the afterlife. Images on the tombs of Seti. He's named after Set. In the tombs of Seti, in the Amduat, Set is a protector. Set is a protector of Ra. Set and Heru have the sphere and their spear, and they're spearing a pep. So Set is a place. It's something that means seat. It also means a fire. But here's a person who lived in Set Ma'at, and he is a Senedijeb. Senedijeb. And so I want to explain to you that Ma'at and Mut and Met are words that have to do with rebirth. They have to do with a canal bank. Do you see this? So this is the Egyptian dictionary. Let me see if I can scroll down here. Page 331. This should be in volume 1. And you see that Ma'at and Me'et has a canal and a penis because Met represents rebirth, echoing life. That is the root of Ma'at. It's Met, and it's also Mut, which means death. But in our culture in Kemet, death isn't the same as death here. It's also a rebirth, and that's why the goddess of life is called Mut. Mut is a goddess, a female mother goddess. But also, Mut is the exact same word for death because it is the female energy that meets you and rebirths you in the afterlife, which the only way you can get there is through death. So that's the word Met and Mut. Mut now creates the word Mort, and that's where you get Morte, the lady of death, or Morte. That's where you get mortician from. That's where you get morgue and all those words like that. They actually come from the word Mut and Met, because in the Medunetter comes from that as well, that word. There's no U sound. Sorry, there's no letter U in the word, and there's no two A's in Ma'at. It's just MT, and it's a canal bank representing the birth canal. The birth canal, or the breaking of water of the woman, because the woman that rebirths you. So you have a penis there. You see the penis ejaculating with the word Ma'at or Mut, and then you see the female waters here. It represents a birth. That's the birth canal, the waters that create life, also called the birth canal, which is in the center of the female. Why? Because the female is the scales of Ma'at. They're called the scales of Ma'at, which means to balance. Balance is another word for centering something or having something in the middle, even. That's where we get the word evening from. And thus, that's why the word Met, which is also a birth canal, which is also Mut, which is a mother, also means what is in the middle of the woman, her vagina. And that's why when you look at Metet, Metet means in the middle. See, in the middle of anything. That's the birthing area. That is the scales of Ma'at. That is in the middle of anything. When you look at it, you see the penis again ejaculating with the two female symbols at the bottom, which means to echo something or to copy something. That is the Tet. That is where you get the word King Tut from, King Tut, which is to echo or to copy something. That's why the word for statue in Kemet is a Tut, or a Setet, which is the copy of something. It's also the word for having an out-of-body experience. Okay, so there's the Metet, and it is the middle, and that's why when you look at the Met, it is also, you see, right, exact. That's what people say Ma'at is, because Mat and Metet is the same word. If you ask anybody, what does Ma'at mean? They'll say, it means to be right. It means to be exact. It means to be correct. It means the truth. Well, that is right, because it's from this word here, Metet. You see? And it's also the word for a wife. The word for wife in Kemet is also Metet or Ma'at. But let me show you what this Senedijeb is. Senedijeb over here. Here is the sickle. You see the sickle of the Grim Reaper? What is the man doing? What is Senedijeb doing in his tomb? He is farming. He is farming. You see that? So the sickle in our ancient time was representing of reaping are farming, and this is where you get the term you reap what you sow, and that's why the word mat or metet is the same word for wife. It's the same word for regeneration, and it's also a word used that is drawn with a penis ejaculating, because when you're ejaculating, you've put your seeds into someone, into the woman, the mut or the mother, and then you reap what you've sown, or as they say, you've sown your royal oats. You see that? You've sown your royal oats, because that is what's happening. And that's why the penis in Kemet was symbolic of the plow, which goes into the ground and plants the seed. And that's why the same word for a ma'ah, or the ma'ah, the handleable ma'ah, is what is in his hand, the sickle. That's the grim, that became something negative in today's time, the grim reaper sickle, but it represented reaping what you sow in the afterlife. In the afterlife is when you reap what you sow. You reap what you sow in the physical, but also in the afterlife when your DMT, when your DMT is excited and you see that flash in front of your face and you see all the events, because it recalls all the memories. It stores all of those memories, and that energy, light energy, is what goes into the next realm. Because when you go into the next realm, you're an aku or a ba, a light energy etheric being, and the only thing that's around you is all of your events that took place that the beings on the other side can read. They read that because information is stored in light. So you have the plow here. You see this here? There's the grim reaper. There's the reaper right there. It is the sickle or the reap. It's called the ma'ah. You see that? The ma'ah? You see that? That's the ma'ah, the myrrh. The ma'ah, that's where you get the word ma'at from. Ma'at is from ma'ah, and it is the sickle, and it means to reap because it represents a penis, it represents a plow, or anything that's going into something that's planting seeds that you can reap later, whether those seeds are corn, wheat, or your son or your daughter. That is the ma'ah. So the ma'ah, where this man lived right here, Sinadijab, he lived in Sa'et Ma'at in the 19th kingdom in 1290 BC. This is him over here. This is from his tomb. He's holding the ma'ah, which is the original sickle before it was the negative grim reaper foolishness. He was holding the ma'ah. And that is why on the First Steps book in the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, when they quote the axioms of Ptah or Hotep, it says that your mate, your woman, your female is like a field to you, because your ma'ah or your penis is what plants inside of that field, and that's what reaps what you sow. And so here's the original ma'ah here, and it was also called a Marie, right? Because when you put your ma'ah, or you put your penis in the woman, or you plant your ma'ah in the soil, right? You're producing something, you're making something, right? What are you making? Well, you're bringing two things together, and that is actually the definition of love, right? This is where the concept of making love from. Making is working. You're working on something. You're making love, you see? Love is something that you're making. You're generating that energy that pulls the two things together, and it's from the ma'ah, which is also called the Marie. See it down here? That's the one you hold in your hand and you plow, and it's called the myrrh, and that means love, plow, digging tool. Why would it mean love? It represents making love or putting your penis inside the woman, which is why when you go up here and you see the word Marie, right, you see lover, a lover. See that right there? A loved one. So not only is it the plow, but it represents a loved one, because that is the action that you're doing with your female, and with your male is you're making love. You're doing Marie, and that was Set's name. One of her attributes was Marie, and that's where they get the Marie in the Bible from, or what's called the beloved one, because the Marie and the Ma represented the plow, which also was representative of what? The canal waters. Remember this? Canal waters. And that's why when you look up the word Marie or Maryam in Hebrew, right? Maryam, which is Mary, the mother of Jesus' name, it means the salt water. That's what it means, salty waters. You see that? It comes from this concept here. It means love, loving mankind, or the lovable one. You see that? Love. That is the original concept, which got mutated into what is known now as the Grim Reaper death concept, which came from the Serapis, Hades, which originally came from the female. The female was the original Reaper. She was the one that, and the energy of Sekhmet, written about in the Per Amharu. I believe it's on page 87, page 89. Sekhmet was the one that reaped you, or she was the one that guided you to make sure that you had a rebirth in the afterlife. So to the brother who asked that question about the Grim Reaper, I'd like you to know that when you go into your out-of-body experience and you see things, when you interpret them back here, you interpret them as of what you know in this realm, because when you see things on the other side that your brain has never seen before, it doesn't know how to interpret it. It doesn't know how to send it back to the physical realm to explain it, unless you're only on the real time zone. And the real time zone is the first level of the astral plane, where everything is just an echo of this world. So you literally see whatever is on this world, you just see the light energy. So if you see a chair, it's a chair. If you see an aquarium, it's an aquarium. If you see a computer, it's a computer. It's just the echo of what's in this realm. When you get into the higher dimensions, the things that are up there are not compatible and not understandable to what's on this realm. So when you see them, your mind starts to reinterpret it. So how do I explain it to something that's here, because I've never seen this thing before? And you may see something black with lights. You may see what's called a kybit. The kybit is a shadow body, the black shadow body, representative of a soul on the other side, but is shown as a black body. And you may see it with light coming out of it. And it may be there, and you see that. And when your brain comes back to this realm, after you reintegrate into the khat, or the physical body, you say, I saw black. By the time you go to explain it, it starts to come out to explain as what we think is the Grim Reaper here, because we've never seen a kybit, and they don't teach about the kybit in the schools. They don't teach about kybit in the church. They don't show you the image of the kybit. They don't show you anything. All they have in your mind is Grim Reaper, Scooby-Doo, Papa Smurf, Santa Claus, Spider-Man, and things of such. So if you see something in the other world and it goes like this, and you see something come out of his fingers, when you come back to this world, you're going to say, I saw Spider-Man. That is how it works. But that is the original concept of the Grim Reaper. It comes from the psychopompt, which comes from 430 or so, 470 BC. Which is in Greek, and that came from Hades from before that, which was an underworld god. Hermes became a psychopompt, but prior to, in 1294, the original psychopompt, before it was called that foolish name, a psychopompt, it was Sekhmet, or Sekhet, who was the reaper of the souls, who guided you in the afterlife, who held your hand and walked with you. It was Mother Death. It was the female energy. But when they created religion, they had to take the feminine off of it. They made God a man. They made Sekhmet a man. They made every female became a man. And now when you go to look at it, you say, I saw a Grim Reaper. And I say, was he male or female? And it's always a man image. You never see a Grim Reaper pose as any kind of female image. You never see an angel. The angels are always women. The prophets are women. They destroyed and distorted things. So by the time you see things on the other world, on the other side, when you come back here, it's mixed in with a little bit of the distortion. But shout out to the brother who asked that question about the Grim Reaper. That is the origins of the Grim Reaper. It comes from 1818, going back to 430 BC, going back to when it was a female, Mut, where they get the Morte, the Lady of Death from, which became something recent, but it was actually ancient. So shout out to you for asking that question. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an example of how I answer questions. And when you watch the video, to the brother who asked that, I hope you appreciate it. Okay, what is next? You know what's next? What's next is Ahati Ma'at in the room. Ahati, oh, we have another moderator that has stepped into the room. Nani Aset Mur has stepped in the room. Nani Aset Mur, exactly right. Ninti, this is the year of Mother Mary. Yeah, Mother Mary, right? It's the female. That's where they get it from. Shout out to the moderators. Ahati Ma'at. Peace and love to you, my brother. I have to take a small break right now, and then I'm going to get into the next questions right after that. Okay. So Ahati, if you'd like to come on the room and maybe describe what you were telling me before, tell the audience the importance of what you're there's a situation going on. Speaking of women, there's a situation going on with the so-called black men and women when it comes into the conscious world, and there seems to be a lack of sisters who are actually representing through thought and teaching. And Ahati Ma'at is going to step in for a moment and address that in his experience for a moment. Oh, shout out to I Manifesto. I Manifesto. I Manifesto. I like that name. Shout out to you, brother. Another great student and good supporter. So I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the room for Ahati Ma'at. You can step in, my brother, and I'm going to step out for just a couple of minutes. I have to go take care of something. The Hulk is 7'6". Exactly. Right? All kind of craziness. But okay, so go ahead, Ahati. That is the link. When I see you pop up in the room, I'm gonna step out. Peace to the moderators. Yes, we got Sanetia Moon. I'll set. Sorry, let me. I got Naisha Champ on the screen. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a one-man show. This is what I wanted to. But shout out to you, Naisha. Yeah, shout out to the moderators. This is what I wanted to do. As I said, the names. I wanted to show the new people. Here we are. We got Anki and Ma'at. We have Nani Aset Mur and Sanetia Moon. Those are the moderators, Ma'atarators in the room. Name created, stamped and sealed by Stranger. Shout out to the Ma'atarators. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. And Nani Aset says, thank you for the thorough breakdown. And that was just the first question. You are welcome. So Hati Ma'at, are you in the room? Can you see the link? If you see the link, 1 minute. Okay, yes, no problem. Okay. Let's give a shout out to some of the support until Hati Ma'at comes in the room. There's a lot of There's a lot of get some agua. A lot of support. Tamika. Oh, Dezen is Kamit. Okay. Dezen is great. Kamit is great. Shout out to Tamika. I see you in here. Tamika, who gave a nice support. Shout out to you. Let me put this on the screen before I step away. Just giving some shout outs to some of the support for the knowledge that I have and the way that I answer questions, and however anybody supports, however anybody appreciates whatever they feel that I do for them. I appreciate the reciprocity. So we're gonna go. Saw it, Kamit. I just saw it. You're up there at the top. We're gonna get to you, and as soon as I come back and get to you, you're gonna get to the book sent out. Shout out to you. Let me here's Tamika. Tamika is right here. Shout out to you, Tamika, for your support. Thank you, Tamika, with the $25. Shout out to you. Tamika is awesome. Tamika is also from the Podcraft of the Killer Priest. You guys go check out Killer Priest. It's not called it's called the Killer Priest Podclass, but it's the Podcraft. On there is a string of videos with me. If you just type in Tehuti Killer Priest, you'll see a lot of classes that I actually taught for the last year. I was actually on there for almost exactly a year for a string of events. Shout out to Killer Priest and to AD Rasul Minkepra and that cat. What's the cat's name? Mojito. Okay, we have my great student here, Ahati Ma'at. Here he is in the flesh. He's the light-skinned me. He's here, ready. All he needs is the hat and the spider on his head, and he is ready to go. Ahati Ma'at, say something so I can make sure your sound is good, okay?
Hey, wait a second. I gotta shut off the sound on the computer. Okay.
Yeah, right. One second too. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it on mute. Go ahead and say something.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Everybody, this is Ahati Ma'at, the brother that is responsible for coercing me to come on live, to not just be a private teacher, but to come on live to the public. I'm going to take a little break for a moment. We got 123 people in the room. Keep them coming. Come on, everybody. It's going to be a great class. I have some other great questions. Somebody sent me a question on what's the importance of Gemateria, or how can I show Gemateria is show that it's being used. Some great stuff going on. I'm gonna come back and blow everybody's head off with that one. That's a great question. I love it. But I'm gonna leave Ahati Ma'at to talk about what's on his mind for a moment, introduce himself. Ahati, no talk about the long noses and the hats.
Oh.
Yeah, no talk about them. Oh, shout out to Alex Shot. A lucky shot. Shout out to you. A lucky shot. And Commission says he's going to donate 10,000. Thank you, Kamit 101. What's that? You're donating 10,000. Thank you so much, my brother. No, he said 10,000 subscribers soon. Okay, wonderful. Peace and love to Love 1313. Great name. Okay, shout out to you, Tamika. Ahati is the security, by the way. Ahati is the security. Get to know him. He's definitely the security. This is a man I can walk down the street with my eyes closed, blindfolded, and he'll bite a bullet and spit it out. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave him in the room.
Talk about the long noses and small hats, right?
Yeah, no. Only talk about the sisters and the experience and what it is. No talk about that stuff. No talk about Ukraine yet. Not yet.
Okay.
No talk about Ukraine.
So no Ukraine questions.
No Russia stuff.
Right.
Not yet. When I
noses and small hats.
No, when I feel that it's safe to talk about that, I'll blow the room away again. But I'm not going to talk about it. There's certain things that can be spoken about at certain times, and certain things that die down. There's algorithms, and it's about keeping the room safe. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Who's this? This smart, wise, and funny. Thank you, brother. Okay, this is Ahati. I'm gonna step away for a moment. 90% Mer says Ahati. What did peace, Ahati Ma'at. All right.
Peace, Nani.
And dang. Okay, let me leave you. Okay, it's all yours for now. I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes. Okay. Peace. I'll be right back. Keep the room live. Excited.
You got it. All right, how's everybody doing? We got Naisha Champ. We got Roberto. We got One Love. We got Jody in the house, the loyal Jody. We got Alkiu Shot, and forgive me if I butcher your name. I'm not doing it on purpose. Big Vape. She's flexing those biceps. Got your Big Vape. I Manifesto. Love that name, brother. Peace. Yes, Nick Reed. The awesome Nick Reed. It's good to see you. The Meech. We're going to hold you up, Ahati. Don't do it. Tamika. What's up, Tamika? Hybrid Cypher. Peace, Netter. Netter the greatest. Hotep. Yes, you are great. So he mentioned that I actually spoke to him earlier today because I'm dealing with a couple sisters, and it gets kind of frustrating because the sisters that I'm dealing with in particular, I've known one of them for over a year. The other one I met like a few months ago. And actually, the one I met a few months ago, she actually met me on the train, and she was trying to give me a reading, a psychic reading. She didn't know who I was, and I started breaking down the symbols on her sweatshirt. She had the Ankh, and she had it's not called the Eye of Haru or the Eye of Horus, but I started breaking down the eye. Tehuti already did a class on that. So she didn't know who I was. She was kind of taken back. So she actually became a student. But the point that I'm making is that in my experience with the sisters, especially in the conscious community, there's not a sense of urgency to want to break free from this matrix and create our own how do I put it, our own family structure based off the way our ancestors created their families. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is that for instance, the one sister I'm dealing with, she says that I'm all hers, and she doesn't want to share me with anybody. And I had to explain to her over and over again that if you actually do the logistics on creating a family with your mate, it's actually easier for the family to be in a family with other females because they can actually help you and support you more than just one other person, which would be me. And they could actually do, even, in my opinion, a better job because they're females already. So now this female that I'm dealing with, she is older. She's past her 30s, so it's very hard because in the society that we live in, we're always beat into the head with this monogamy, being in a monogamous relationship, which goes back to the church and then eventually goes back to the Greeks. And as black men, I'm just going to be straight up. As black men, why do you think black men cheat? First of all, our ancestors didn't even have a word for cheating. This word is all created by the Tammuz. Our ancestors never had a word for cheating because if you look at most primates, especially primates in our family, which are the great apes and the chimpanzees and the baboons, the males don't just have one female, they have multiple females. And that's the way nature created us, okay, for reproductive purposes. But there's this new way of thinking, and when I mean new, it's been this way since this matrix has been put in place by the Greeks. There's this new way of thinking that we're somehow separate from the chimpanzees, even though we're only 2 chromosomes removed. So it makes sense to me that, damn, when I was in these monogamous relationships with women, and I wasn't in them for long, it just didn't feel right. There was something that didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel, it just didn't feel like it satisfied me, to be honest. And I didn't know what it was back then, but I do know now. I know that if you can look this up too, if you look up the statistics on, in the world, how many monogamous relationships are compared to ones where a man has multiple mates, it's very little. It's very little. The monogamous relationships in the world are very little compared to the rest of the world. We're not taught this here. If you live in the United States, such as me, we're not taught this here. We're taught you don't love your woman if you're not just with one woman. Now, I'm not saying that you should go out and break your relationship with your mate tonight or to get with more women than one. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is just look into what I'm saying and see for yourself if this is something that makes sense to you or not. That's all I'm saying. Another notion is that you have to be financially stable to have a relationship with somebody. And this is something I was actually taught. I didn't know at the time. And I wasn't taught this too long ago, was that the word economy, the root of that word means family. So the original term economy came from family. It didn't come from money. So when we hear about, the government talking about the GDP and the economy and so on and so forth, it has nothing to do with finances. It has everything to do with your family. Hold on, I got to plug in my charger on my computer. But I'm not going to start getting into breaking that down right now. The point that I'm making is that I would rather deal with a woman that is desperate, a woman that doesn't believe she has it all together. I respect her for being honest more than this woman that's working in the corporate world, or not even working in the corporate world. Where I live around Crenshaw and all that, man, the women around here, they're wearing ungs, they're wearing the beads, the crystals, the stones, got their hair wrapped. And man, when you start talking to them and you start teaching them about relationships and how our ancestors lived, and it just seems like that's the line you don't cross, right? So either you compromise and you can stick with that booty, or you don't compromise and bye-bye. So that's where I'm at today. You can get booty anywhere. I mean, there's guys that are fat, ugly. Harvey Weinstein got booty. Yeah, you may need money, some of you, but I want a relationship with a woman that wants a relationship with me, that wants to follow the path of her ancestors. If that's what she's striving for, it tells me she's about. Such as the women I'm dealing with. The women I'm dealing with tell me that they're, yes, Tamika, you were right. The sister wives, she says, if I had a sister wives, we would, okay, I don't know what that means. We would sue happy? We would be happy, I think. Yeah, so that's another thing. Like when the old raggedy, wrinkly Hugh Hefner has multiple women, he's not called a pimp. He's actually revered. Even black men love him. Love him. There's another guy, this Mormon guy, he was on the television show on A&E, I think it was a while ago, and he had multiple wives, Mormon guy. Nothing. But as soon as we want multiple wives, it becomes a big issue. Or should I say it's not the norm. And you have brothers, I had brothers like debating me over this too. But the thing is that, the thing that I'm saying is that I'm not here telling anybody that I believe that having multiple mates is something that is good or even something achievable for you. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if there's sisters on here that are striving to be with a netter, that's another thing. Like I hear sisters say, I want a real man. I want a real man, right? I want a real man. I hear people talking about this Kevin Samuels guy, and they checked him out a couple times. And I'm not going to get in on Kevin Samuels because I know where Kevin Samuels got all his material from. And I'm not allowed to talk about those people here because Saba said don't talk about the people with the yarmulkes. But that's where Kevin Samuels got his material too. But anyways, I'm not going to go there. The thing that I want to know, and if sisters want to put this in the comment section before I go, is do you have an issue with a man having multiple mates? And if you do, why? I'll just leave you with that.
Okay, Hati Ma'at, I was away. I just came back to the last sentence you said. So did you ask a question to the just for the chat to think about, or did you ask a question to me? I did,
but I did have a question for you too.
Okay, go ahead and ask that, and I'm gonna break that down. Then I'm gonna get into the next question about somebody sent a question about Gemateria. Go ahead, my brother.
So my question to you is that why do our women feel that being in I don't want to use the just why do our women feel like having multiple women within a relationship as something that how do I put it, that it's not right? I don't even know how to put this because it doesn't seem like it's not right to me. But why is it most of our women believe that a monogamous relationship is better than one with multiple women in a relationship? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, of course, because it's something that is a topic that comes up once people. First of all, press 1 if you can hear me. Everyone, press 1. I have to do that because The ice cream truck man comes around at nighttime. I don't know if he's actually selling ice cream, but press 1 if you can hear me clear. Can you hear me clear? Press a 1. Press a 1. Press a 1. Okay, good. I can be heard. Wonderful. So actually, let me announce to everybody. I'm gonna talk to Sarnetter soon. Sarnetter has actually invited me to do a show on what the European calls polygamy. He actually has invited me to do a show on that. Me and a brother named Kevin, and he wants us to discuss what the European calls polygamy, and also to discuss how our family life is. So interesting you brought that up, because I'm actually going to do a show on it. So I'm not going to break down a lot on it right now. 1 second here. Let me see something here. 1 moment. This ice cream truck, man. Yeah, so I was I have to find the image. The image is on my Facebook. I was actually on the polygamy panel about a year and a half ago, or so. No, over 2 years ago. The image of it is on my Facebook page. I have to look for it. But I'm on the polygamy panel as one of the main ones actually speaking on the topic. And I will say this, and then I'll save the rest for the Sarnetter, or maybe if a question is asked here. But the fact that the title of a relationship has to be named shows who was trying to bring attention to it. So if you have 3 aunts, there's actually no name for that relationship. There's no name for that. If your mother has a sister, they have a name for that. They call that an aunt. But if you have 3 aunts, there's no name for it. If you have 4 children, there's no name for it. If you have 2 children, there's no name for it. If you have 1 child, there's no name for it. There are places in China where you're actually only allowed to have 1 child. So therefore, all the children growing up in that area, that particular area under that law, they know nothing about having a brother or sister. Now, when you create generations upon generations where people have no idea about having a brother or sister because they create a 1-child law for population decrease or population control, for years and years and years, a child gets used to being the only child, okay? Not knowing that all throughout Earth's history, people have had multiple children. But if you're kept in a closed environment and in a family close-knit environment, and the family beside you and the family beside you and the family in front of you and the school children at the school only have the 1 child because the law in that part of Asia says the 1-child rule, then you begin to believe that everything that comes from your mother and father should only go to you. Okay? Then what happens when they lift the law? When they lift that rule, the 1-child law, they don't have to keep the population under control anymore. Or that family in Asia moves to Australia, or moves to Canada, or moves to America. Then when they come to America, the parents are like, "Woo, that 1-child law was crazy. We had to do it because it was the law, but that 1-child law is unnatural. It never existed in history." And then what happens is the people have sex, and instead of birth control, they have sex and the woman gets pregnant. Now, that child that's, say, 10 years old or 12 years old doesn't understand the concept of a brother. He accepted that everything that came in from the mother and father only came to him. I'm the child. I'm the only child. This is how it's been. This is how my mother was. This is how my mother's mother was. We were the only child. For 10 generations, they had the 1-child law. Now, when the people are having a natural other child, then jealousy may set in, and that 1 child begins to show traits of jealousy, and then they create a name for having multiple children. Then they create a name for having 1 child. Then they create a name for it so they can have a discussion on the topic. Whereas for millions of years, there was never a name for having one child. There was never a name for having two children. But of course, for years and years, after the conversations come up, jealous people, insecure people, and people that don't understand nature begin to say, "Well, you're a monoga child. You're a poly child." And then they start having these strange conversations that never took place in any papyrus, any Sumerian text, any ancient Chinese writings, any ancient Babylonian, Akkadian. They start to have these strange conversations in this new area about, do you believe in having one child? My mother's mother's mother always had one child. Well, my father wants to have a new child, and then you get into this big conversation simply because of an environment that was created around you that develops your emotional status and your emotional state. We are products of our environment, and when that environment is created around us, we start to believe things are normal. So when they create Ken and Barbie, Ken never had two wives. So the second that you're a child and you're given your Ken and Barbie doll, you start off with the concept of one wife concept right off the bat. When they told you about Adam and Eve, it was just Adam and Eve. So they made sure that every aspect, whether you're in school, whether you have toys, whether you're religious, whether you are, they made sure they create that one concept that you're raised up through population control. And then you begin to believe that aspect is normal. Once you believe something is normal, when something happens different, your norepinephrine kicks in, your lymphatic system kicks in, things start to kick in your body, adrenaline starts to work up, and you start to answer questions emotionally because you are a part of a contingency. So that is, in a nutshell, what I may be talking about in Sonnetter, and I'm going to be, of course, breaking down much more. But the concept of the one wife concept was an invented recent concept. It never existed in any kind of history. As a matter of fact, we shouldn't even be calling our loved ones wives, because wife is actually a word that means a bitch or a dog and has nothing to do with us. And that is because the Europeans' love for dogs and Romulus and Remus and the god Bow, the god dog Bow. And that's why they say dogs say bow when no dog has ever said bow wow, but they worship and have a dog god called Biao and Beowulf and Romulus and Remus. And dog is mankind's best friend. And when you fall in love when you're a child, it's called puppy love. And when you make love to your woman, it's called doggy style. And when you get mad at your husband, he's put in the dog house. And America's favorite food, one of them is called a hot dog when it's actually a cow. This is the chaotic mind state that they have us in when it comes to relationships. So it's very hard for a black woman or man to understand any concept that they've not been raised in. It's about breaking out of the matrix. As people ask me all the time, hey, Tehuti, how do you have, what do you do to these women? How did you get 3 women? What did you do? Where'd you find these women? I'm like, I found them on the bus. I found them at a building. I found them at a park. They're everywhere. The women that I find are not the women that they end up becoming. Right. So where do you find these women? It's like saying, where do you find, man, Malcolm X? Where did you find Malcolm X? Malcolm X was a pimp, a drug dealer with permed red hair, right? And then his mental development evolved for him to become a Malcolm X, a Khalid Muhammad, a Marcus Garvey. These people are not found. These people are awakened. And once you awaken to your true self, you start to make decisions based on true self and no longer based on the society that surrounds you. If you make decisions based on the society surrounding you, you're within a contingency. That means if you're born in Saudi Arabia, you'll believe in Allah. And if somebody comes to you outside of that belief, kill him, mushrik, astaghfirullah, and you start to get emotional. That's what happens in the same society with relationships. That's what happens when you're taught that there should be something called terrible twos. Where is that? Right? Oh, when they're 2 years old, they're misbehaving, they're going crazy. Oh, he's just a kid. It's just terrible twos. He's supposed to be like that. And you're like, can you show me terrible twos in the papyrus? I must have missed that part of history. In the ancient Sumerian tablets, there's terrible twos. I didn't I didn't catch that part. When did Terrible 2 start? We only became 2 years old after slavery? So these are concepts that are taught. We believe them and we make judgment based on the concepts. Once you wake up to the truth and Ma'at, you start to make other decisions based on what you really are. Just like the Madagascar movie, that lion, that was a movie about slavery and us. That lion had that friend that was an animal, but every time the lion started waking up, you'd bite into his friend, and then he'd snap out of it. He's supposed to bite into that animal, but of course, if you're raised up in a society where you're a lion being made a vegan, then if you bite into an animal, you're evil. That's not what we do. But the lion is supposed to kill. It's a killer. So I'm going to leave it like that for now. When we have the Sonetta show, I'm actually going to break down polygamy, monogamy, the origin of marriages. I may break down marriage certificates. I may break down why women were called mama, the definition of mama, which means the spreading of light, why females are called females, which means to suck in energy, why a woman is a step-up transformer, and why men like a lot of women around them. And I'm going to break down the whole science of why this exists, and then I'm going to break down when it changed, and then from that point the listener will have to make a decision of whether they like to go with the change or they want to go with how we were before the enemy changed it, and we'll get into that. Anyways, thank you for that question, my brother, but that answers the question without even talking about the woman. By bringing it into another situation, it applies to everything. It applies to children. It applies to if you think it's normal for kids to get one of my sons is having a birthday soon, right? We think that it's normal to give sweets on a birthday, don't we? Where did that ever come from? What we think it's normal to have a birthday cake and feed a child with sugar on the day that he's supposed to be born. So therefore he's supposed to grow. We're celebrating his life, and that's the day when you pump him with everything that kills him, right? You pump him with all the sugars. Happy birthday. Here's your cake. Here's your cookie. Here's your Slurpee. Happy birthday. Eat up, man. You were born on this day, so make sure you do everything so that you get diabetes and die. Happy birthday, man. Right? So that's the backwards, strange society that we live in, when birthdays are supposed to be days where you celebrate that you were born and you're going to continue to live and do everything possible to become a wiser, stronger young man or woman that is healthier, so that you can live on to have many more birthdays, not that you die of diabetes 5 years later, or you have a tooth hanging out with tooth decay, or you have ADHD, you can't think because you have so much sugar in your brain, and sugar takes on, the molecule of sugar takes on the shape of the vitamin C. So when the peptide sees the sugar molecule, thinks it's the vitamin C and twists the sugar in. So by the time the vitamin C comes in the body to try to build your immune system in, the sugar is already compacting into the peptide. So the vitamin C is bouncing off, and now you have AIDS. Acquired immune deficiency syndrome, which has nothing to do with sex. It means you've acquired an immune deficiency. That's what it is. You can have that when you're 5 years old. You can have that when you're 6 years old, but they're not going to tell you that. But anyways,
AIDS is part of the magic hypnosis too.
Yeah, that's all a part of it.
We can't talk about it here, so.
Yeah, actually, we can talk about it now because it's a dead thing now.
Finally admitted that it's the non-issue.
Right, I can break down the whole AIDS thing, but we're not. I got to get into these questions here. But okay. Yes, it is a contingency, my brother. And
I appreciate you, brother.
Yes, our people are under the spell. Some people believe in Santa Claus. Some people believe in Jesus, and if you believe in those things, when somebody speaks against it, there's women that break up with men because men don't give them a Valentine's Day gift.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you say, who is Valentine's and what does that have to do with you? Well, you know, it's Valentine's Day. You know, once somebody answers a question with that's called appeal to authority. You know what I mean? Come on. You know what I mean? Come on. Once somebody answers like that, they're under the matrix, and it's appeal to authority. To when you're telling somebody they know something and they really don't, they're actually inquiring, and you're telling that person, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then that hypnotically gets in black people's brain, and that's why you only hear black people, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Keep it real. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like if you go to China, you don't find a bunch of people saying, you know what I mean? You don't find Jet Li and Bruce Lee and these guys in Japan, China and Japan. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You don't. This is all hypnotism. No, I don't know what you're saying. Can you elaborate, please? Oh man, you're being difficult. See? So we have to break out of the matrix, and that's why this podcast is here. Thank you for that, my brother. We're going to get into some awesome questions. That's an awesome topic, and I'm going to bring it up on Sonnet to remind him that he wants me to do a show on this topic, and it's going to be like an hour and a half, and it's going to be a lot of energy in that show. It's going to be great because, this disturbs people's energy and emotions, and, it gets under people's skin, that topic. But okay, let's go to the other questions and see who is here. In the questions here, we got a lot to catch up on. We got a lot to go. We got a lot to catch up on. 1 second, everyone.
I'm gonna step off because I gotta make my meal. But
okay, no problem. I'm gonna mute your mic so there's no echo, and
okay.
I'm gonna take you off the. You'll be in
great
the room.
Great teaching so far with the Grim Reaper. I actually learned I learned a lot from that. I never heard of the psychopomp. It made me go look up.
Yeah, I've never taught that before until today.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
I don't know.
That's great.
I'm happy I can do that, but I never taught that before today. So that's a premiere. That's a world premiere, I guess.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody even speak about a psychopomp. So that's why you're the Nasu, you're the teacher, you're everything, man.
There's a new word for a psychopomp.
Psychopomp.
Craziness. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put it on solo screen.
Peace.
Yes, sir. Peace, my brother. Okay. All right, everybody. Welcome back. We are here. Nah, I mean. It's not even, you know what I mean anymore. It's nah, I mean. So anyways, we are here. We're going to get back into the questions. There is a lot of there's a lot of questions that were being asked. Let's get into them. We're going to get into all of them. Here we go. Wow. Where are we? What is this? What is this here? Shout out to here's one. Okay, let me do this, everybody. Hold on. Let me go into so there's a backup question from oh boy, hold on, everyone. The one-man show. Here we go. Hold on. There's a backup question from last class. DeAndre asked a question. And DeAndre, are you in the room? DeAndre, D-Andre, are you in the room? Let's get into it. Are you in the room, my brother? Okay, let me go to Anthol. Is DeAndre in the room? I'm going to check right now. Is DeAndre in the room? Oh, wow. That's a lot here, man. Thank you. Is DeAndre in the room? Let me get back to the room and see, because I definitely want to get through these. Okay. Wow, I have so many screens open. DeAndre here? Jimmy B is here? Okay. Hit the like button. Yes. Okay, let me get through these questions here. Okay, so brother DeAndre asked, where is he? This is from last week. Yeah, okay, here we go. I'll go ahead and do a screen share, and you guys are gonna like this. Let me ask a question to everybody in the room before I answer this. Who has ever seen me on who has ever seen me break down something called Gemateria? I was trying to ask the brother who sent in this question where he's seen me talk about this. Who's seen me break down Gematria? And just put Sonetta or Killer Priest. I'm sure people have seen my my Travis Scott class. My Travis Scott class. Killer Priest. Okay, Killer Priest. Okay. Killer Priest. Okay, Gematria. Because I did the Travis Scott on the Killer Priest. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Everybody's saying Killer Priest, right? Killer Priest, KP. Okay, both. Somebody said both. ANG Films. Okay, all right. Killer Priest. Okay, good. Okay, so let me go ahead and put the question in the room. I feel good tonight. I'm gonna be up late. I feel good. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna go through as many questions as I can. I see one. Is there a Renita in the room right here? A Renita. You're a couple questions next. Is there a Renita in the room? Okay, Alpha. Okay, KP Sonnetter. Oh, that's Senate Moon said that. DH. A few times with you on your last brand new breakdown. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead. So here's a question that was asked from here is everybody can see this. So DeAndre, shout out to you. He asked, where does shout out to you, gave the 5. He said, where does Gematria originate from? How do you know for a fact that people are controlling this matrix using it? I'm driving, but I'm in the room. So Dre 2 Beastie, DeAndre may be here, but he could be driving. I guess his schedule. He drives during this time. A lot of people that watch this in their car phone while they're driving, and they can't necessarily type back, so they just send me the question. But DeAndre, we're gonna get to you. So here, let's break down what this Gematria is. Everybody can see the screen. I remember this silly brother. What's his name? I think who said it? Was I think it was a guy named JJ7000 said, you don't think they were using Gematria in Kemet? That's what they were using in Kemet was Gematria. And I'm like, no, that's actually impossible because Gematria is actually Hebrew. So, okay. So here's Gematria. Hebrew, Gematria, transliteration of the Greek, and it's Greek, Gematria. Geometry. Geometria is from geometry. Okay. That's the measurement of the geo, the measurement of the earth. So the understanding was that measurements had frequency vibrations. Pythagoras got into that. The 432 frequency. There's frequencies that create measurements because everything is created from sound. Right? So understanding measurements is understanding numbers. So originally numbers, when they were created, at least modern day numbers, when they were created, they were actually angles of things. Ancient numbers were actually pictures of things. Modern day numbers were actually angles. So if you had 2 angles in a number, that's what creates the letter Z or the number 2. If you had three angles in a number, that's 3. 1 slash is a 1. So they understand that angles create frequencies, and frequencies can actually create vibrational energy around you. So they use gematria, which is just geometry or just the understanding of angles, and that numbers are letters and letters are numbers. That's why you have Roman numerals VI11 and then VI11 and C and X and LX are also letters to us today. So this is gematria. It comes from the Greek and it's from the Hebrew, gematria. The explanation of the sense of a word by substituting it for another word so that the numerical value of the letters consisting with either word is identical. Okay, so I broke this down on Killer Priest before. I broke this down on Sonnetter, and I'm going to break it down here and give you a few new jewels. So this is a gematria number that they're using to control today's society. It is the understanding of duality, which is the number 11, which are two lines staring at each other. It's actually the first time something became the number two. Two is actually literally where the word dios, deus, and duos and duality and all those words come from two and dios and eventually light and eventually deity. So they hide the numbers under other numbers that equal the same number, such as 8, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. 8 plus 3 is 11. So thus, instead of them putting 11s everywhere, they'll put 83. And then 83 becomes a number of duality, which is life and death, because it equals 1, 1 equal, 1, 1, or 11, right? So duality is life and death, the K in magic. By the way, that's why there's K in magic. So when you see magic like David Blaine, you'll see it spelled with a C. When you see magic like Aleister Crowley, you'll see it spelled with a K, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. And of course, the 11th letter is K, the silent letter in English words, which originally was a G, the letter for God, which was the number 7, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, which is Gemateria, which is why there's a G inside the compass and the square. G is for Gematria, G is for Geo, G is for God. Okay, and G is for geometry. That's why the Freemasons have the compass and the square, right? And that is how they measure things. And in the middle of it is a G. So the G eventually becomes the K and the G are interchangeable. That's why the word no is what is from the word Gnostic, but Gnostic is spelled Gno, and now the word no is spelled Kno, but now the K is silent. Duality, silent, are what happens after you die. You can no longer speak and you're no longer seen. You are silent. Okay, that is a number 11 and 83, the checkerboard, black and white. Why they called us black and they called them white. This was a part of the duality, life and death concept. Calling somebody black when their skin is actually brown, and calling somebody white when their skin is actually pink. Then they start to believe it, and then of course the racism begins, and they continuously fight one another, starting from those who are most insecure, which are the ones with the pink skin, starting the racial killings, when in actuality the people that are calling the other people black are not even understanding that they're not even, that the people are not black, they're actually brown, but this is a part of the hypnosis, but it represents duality, black and white, the checkerboard, the two opposing pieces that play each other, up and down, or as above so below, the two pyramids. The Tamahu use it for a death code, right? So this is the symbol right here, the two pyramids, one points up, one points down, and then that becomes their protection symbol, called a Mogan. A Mogan, okay? So that is the Mogan, the symbol there, up and down, and it became the Star of David, which was really not the word star, it was the word Megan, or Megan, Megan, or Megen. Okay, wonderful. That is and that leads us into, of course, the movie that I broke down to everyone, Murder by Numbers, which is how they kill people by numbers. And there was a movie made up about it with Sandra Bullock, and it is Murder by Numbers with Sandra Bullock featuring in it. I did this before, and I'll do this again in front of everybody. For those who've never seen this before, let me go ahead and do it live for everybody. Go to a geometric calculator. Let me shrink the screen and see if this is a geometrics or no, geometrinator. Sorry, wrong one. I'm looking for the geometrinator. There it is right here. Here's the geometrinator. Switch to the newest version. Boom. And the person that starred in the movie, her name was Sandra, I believe it's Bullock. Yeah, there it is. So Sandra Bullock, the one who was in the movie, who was the star of the movie, Sandra Bullock is a reverse ordinal 83. See right there, ladies and gentlemen? So she's in a movie called Murder by Numbers. The 83 is the 11, which symbolizes life and death. And her name in real life, this is how serious they are, because I want you to know that none of this is a coincidence, and this is all planned. They do things mathematically. They're very, very religious. They're very dedicated to their way of life. So here is Sandra Bullock's. Her name itself is 83, and that's when you go to Murder by Numbers and you expand the name. You'll see that inside the word murder right here, the E is actually a number. It's actually the number 3. The B in by is actually 8. You see that? 83. Numbers. Remember that, because we're going to get to a book in the Bible actually named this. So we have numbers, but the B in actuality is an 8, right? Symbolizing duality, right? 83 are the number 2, right? Because the letter B is really the number 2. So they keep you in this duality concept of life and death, are ending things at the number 2 by giving you an alphabet, right? Giving you an alphabet, telling you that it's A to Z, but when you say it, you can only say that it's A to B. B is a number 2, A is 1. So they tell you that it's called an alphabet, but it's really an alpha Z because it goes to Z. But they have you hypnotized thinking that it's only an alphabet because they ended at the letter B, which is the number 2. Again, duality. Okay. So there is Sandra Bullock right there, 83. And then we go to, of course, where the title of the movie came from. It came from Murder by Numbers, a group, of course, called the Police, right? Who are actually I don't even go that this is self-obvious. So the Murder by Numbers is by a group called the Police, of course. And there it is. And of course, it leads into 83 because, of course, this is a synchronicity, right? Synchronicity, when things line up. Well, that was actually the name of the album. Synchronicity is the number 2, right? When something happens once, it's one event. If something happens to another person that is similar, we call it a synchronicity. We say those things are in sync. That means there's 2 things that happen. So the synchronicity is actually another term for duality, are 2 things that happen. So of course that ties into duality in 83, and that's why the Synchronicity album that was Murdered by Numbers comes out in what year, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, 1983. All right. Of course it does. So you look up the word murder, and the murder is 83. So literally murdering by numbers is literal because the word murder is literally reverse ordinal 83 and reverse full reduction 38, which you can look and see in the Gemateria. It is 83, which they put 11 right there at the bottom, and you just reverse it, and it's 38, and it is 11. And for those who want to calculate it, here's actually how it works. When you see reverse ordinal, people may say, "What does reverse ordinal mean?" It means instead of starting with the letter A being number 1, you actually reverse it where A is 26 and Z is 1. You can do it in reverse ordinal or regular reduction. So it is 83. So you see that Murder by Numbers is actually 83. Sandra Bullock's name is 83. The Murder by Numbers song came out, which is called Synchronicity album, Duality, and it comes out in 1983 by a group called the Police. All right. So this gets into the checkerboard, which we see all over TV shows and Freemasonic lodges. We see right here. We see, of course, Bush stands on this. We see the president stand on this, right? Because this is the agency of intelligence, the agency of consciousness, conscious control, and you see the checkerboard that they stand on. You see it all throughout movies, and of course, you see it where Solomon and Sheba do the reacting ritual, right? What they taught us as a child, Queen Sheba and King Solomon, right? And here it is right here. So here we have the checkerboard right here, and we have the smiling sister, and we have this man right here, and they're getting married over the checkerboard. And of course, he's dressed in black, and of course, she's dressed in white. And of course, they're standing on a checkerboard from the Freemasonic lodges here, which of course represents the black and the white and the duality and the letter B, which is the beehive. And that's why you see a beehive right on the back of the Freemasonic lodge representing the letter B, which is why you have a spelling B. Okay, so that is that. So what is the main thing that is killing people right now? There are these variants that are taking place. Several variants. One is called that, and they're naming them different things. So one is called the Lambda. Here is the Lambda. You notice they don't give these things English names, right? They give these things names that go back to mythology, right? Magical stories. Do you see that? From a mythological figure, mythology. Why would something that's happening today that's killing people be named after something dealing with mythology? Because they're still keeping the magic and they're naming them letters. Remember, letters are numbers. This at one time was the so-called top killer, and it's called the Lambda. And look at this, right? It's the Greek lambda. What is lambda? Of course, it's the 11th letter, right? So, of course, the thing that is attacking everybody is the 11th letter. Obviously, it is. So here we go. And this is how they play the games. It is the checkerboard, and that is the lambda, right? And then, of course, this gets into how they control, because they're using these numbers to control. And I broke this down several times. No, we're going to get into that afterwards, where we'll see why I'm breaking down 70. So the main thing that controls everybody, and we're going to tie in the lambda to the Septuagint and everything else that's happening here, the number 70, right? So they take the number 70 and they control from that. That means they do things that are in sequence to the 70, because 70 is actually what is controlling all of the world through this religion called the Bible, this religion through the Bible, which is actually originally called 70. The Bible was originally called 70, called the Septuagint. This is what I used, actually, that started the debate where JJ challenged me and lost that debate, is because I was breaking down the Septuagint. We see here that it is 70, LXX, right? It is the Septuagint, right? Now, inside the Septuagint, what do? Or inside this Bible, they give you a Jesus who dies at age 33. Of course, because the 33 is on the line, the 33 degree, which is where the pyramid is, which represents resurrection or life. And of course, they make Jesus die at 33, right? Which is just 11 tripled. It's 11 tripled, because they base things on the number 3. So when they give you this 33, they give you a Jesus who dies at 33. They make sure the threes are in there, because he starts his ministries at 13, right? He's also the 13th disciple, right? 12 disciples, and he's the 13th, leading into the number 3 and the letter B. And they make sure this 3 is impregnated and imprinted in your brain, and that's why they give you the 3 blind mice, the 3 musketeers, the 3 little pigs. 1, 2, 3 is a charm. 3 is a charm. They give you the Holy Trinity. All of these things based on the number 3, because they know your brain is attracted to this number 3, so they use it in Gemateria to get you attracted, but you're attracted to the wrong thing because they associate it with something that is actually against you. Osar, when he died, represented being frozen because of rigor mortis. See that word mortis from moot? Rigor mortis sets in, the person becomes stiff and still, and it represents being frozen, right? And that happens at 32 degrees. So 33 degrees represents resurrection. So they know that we know this, that 32 degrees is freezing, 33 is resurrection. So they give you a Jesus who dies and resurrects at 33, right? This is the gematria that they give you. And then when they give you this 33, this comes now from Alexander, right? Alexander, who comes in 332. And then when they create the Septuagint and they lace it with 33, they make sure that 33 is based on a duality system. So they give you this word amen. Amen is the hidden one. Remember, the K is silent. The K is the hidden one. When you die, you become the hidden one. That's how it was in Kemet. So when you die, you went into the place called Amenta. Amenta from Amen, Amen, meaning the hidden one. It means you can't see the person anymore because they're buried, or the sun went down. That's the third stage of the sun, called the Amen. the amen, that which is hidden. So that's when they give you the Bible, they lace it with amen and make sure that when you get to the end of a prayer, which represents the end of a cycle, because amen, death, was the end of your life, they make sure that you say amen at the end of your cycle or your prayer, no matter what one of the monotheistic religions you are. So if you're a Jew, at the end of your prayer, you say amen. If you're a Christian, at the end of your prayer, you say amen. If you're a Muslim, at the end of your prayer, you say Ameen, Ameen. But the name of your God changes. But the one thing that stays the same is the word amen. That stays the same. Why? Because of Gemateria. Here we are in Gemateria. Look up amen here. When they bring it into the English, it is A 1 5 13 14, which is what? Amen in Gematria is 33. Do you see that, ladies and gentlemen? So there it is. It is 33. So you have Gematria, amen. This is how they Okay, hold on. When did the sound? This is so strange. What a strange. What's the last? Somebody type the last thing they heard me say, because I did not mute this. I don't know what. Yes, it's back now. What's the last thing you heard me say? I don't know where the sound. I'm back, right? But just somebody type in the last thing you heard me say, and I'll continue from that point. What's the last thing you heard me say? Oh, 33 amen. Okay, good. So it's actually right there. I just ended. I didn't miss anything. Okay, good. So the amen twice. You see its duality. We'll go back to the screen share. Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, Nanny. Thank you, everybody. Okay, good. The amen, the 33, right? So here we are, right? So this takes us into the code of 70, right? And we go to this man, right? Right? He's Pope Francis, the first Jesuit to become Pope. Not only Oh, really? Let me go back. Okay, here we go. So here we go to the book of Numbers. They say they didn't hear this part. So it is Numbers 22 because that is duality. 11, right? The symbol of life and death times 2, 11. And when they say amen, it's supposed to be the end. But instead, in Numbers 22, they say amen, amen. They say it twice. You see that? Amen, amen. That's 1, 2. Duality. Why would you say amen twice? Ask a Christian this, ask your Hebrew Israelite this. Ask them to explain it and only use the Bible to explain it. We don't want to hear your thoughts or theories. Use the Bible to explain. Why would you say amen, amen? Why not say it 18 times? Why not say it 3 times? Why is it in here as twice? Amen, amen. I thought amen was already the finishing of it. But they're saying amen, amen in the book of Numbers, which is 22 twice, right? 11 twice, and you're saying amen, amen twice. Okay, so we're into this Pope here, who is the Jesuit Pope. Okay, right? We look up where the Vatican, where the Jesuits started, and look up Vatican, and then we go to Gemateria. We go into Vatican, and guess what? Just like the Septuagint, Vatican is 70. English ordinal 70. See that? English ordinal 70. Okay, he's Pope Francis. You look up Francis, and it is 70. English ordinal 70. Where did they start? Paris, France. And you see it's reverse ordinal 70. They make sure that in one of these ordinals, one of these reductions, it's going to equal 70, right? So the Vatican 70, Francis 70, Paris, France 70. Society of Jesus was founded in Paris in 1534, right? By Saint Ignatius Loyola. Okay. And of course, I broke this down already, but for those who are new, I'll break it down again, where this woman here is announced. She's born as far as being announced for her power, what she's going to be on Tuesday, August 11. The former vice president finally reveals that he has selected Kamala Harris, right, to be the running mate in 2020. And here they are right here, King Solomon and his Sheba. King Solomon and his Sheba. So here they are right here, right, representing, well, we'll get into that. Okay, so now you go into 70 days from August 20th. You can look this up on what is the date today.com. 70 days from August 11th, right? August 11th, why 11th, right? Of course, it's August 11th. You see that? January, February, March, April, May, June, July. What's the 8th month? Remember the 83. So it has to equal 8, 3, and 11. And of course, it's announced on August the 8th month on the 11th. Of course it is, right? So here it is. So you go to 70 days from the duality of the 8th month, 8th, August 11th, 2020, right? And it leads you to another date, which is October 20th, 2020. This was the date, the August 11th was the date that she was announced. And then you go to 70 days afterwards because they have to keep that number for the Gemateria in their power. And it takes you to October 20th. Okay. October 20th. Okay. So let's go ahead and look up something. We're going to go here to the right here live for everybody. Just look it up. We're going to go to Kamala. We go to Kamala Harris. Okay, Kamala Harris, and just click on there. And remember this, everybody. We'll go back to this, right? So from the 11th, the duality of 11th in August, when she was announced, 70 days leads you to this date, right? October 20th, right? October 20th. So you see, I'm going to walk you through. So here is the birth date of the announcement of the power. August 11th, right? August 11th, which is 8/11. You see that right there? August 11th. When you go 70 days from August 11th, it leads you to another 8. You can't really see the 8 here, can you? Look closer. It gets you to October 20th. Where's the 8th? Can you see the 8th? Because August is really not the 8th month. Anybody has heard the word octopus? Octagon? What does octopus mean? What is an octagon? An 8-sided ring. October is actually the 8th month. So they've gone from the fake 8th month, August, the fake one, because it has to equal the gematria, the August the 11th, the fake 8th month, 11, duality, to lead you to the real 8th month, which is October from octagon, leading you to the date of October 20th, 2020, because when we go, and that's when 70 days from Kamala Harris's announcement. And so therefore, if you go to Kamala Harris, oh man, look when she's born. Hey, that's nice. October 20th. So that's October 20th, 2020 is her birthday. There it is, October 20th, 1964. Boom. They take you from the fake 8th month where she's announced on the 11th to the October 70 days, because they're keeping the 70 of Gematria, to the real 8th month, which is her birthday, from birth to birth. Okay. So there it is right there. None of this is coincidental, which leads us into, of course, the next dangerous thing that everybody should watch out for. Everybody watch out, be careful, because we have another one. This one is Omicron. Watch out, right? There's a lot of dangerous variants going on, and you should watch out for them. But wait a minute. Omicron. This is very interesting. So once again, we have a word that's not in a language. It's not used in a language that we know. And let me do this. So here it is, Omicron, right? Omicron, and it has a numerical value. Guess what the numerical value is? Boom. There's your Omicron, okay? So you have one that is 11, and then you have this one here that is the numerical value of 70. You see that right there? That is the numerical value of 70. There it is. Just go look it up, and none of this is coincidental. None of this is coincidental, right? So here we are. We have the Omicron. That's 70. The Septuagint is 70. The Vatican, 70. Paris, France, 70. And of course, in the book, the book where the duality is, Amen, Amen. In a book that came from a bigger book called the 70, we have the duality, which is Amen, Amen, in Numbers 22. But this is how they do it, and this is how they continue to do it. And it's very precise what is happening. I can't say exactly in detail what is happening because they may shut down the channel. So I'll just say, just take a look at whatever you see and think is happening from literally right what is in front of you. So to answer the brother's question that asked the question, we're going to stop right there. There's much more, but we're just going to stop right there to answer the brother's question who asked. Yes, we know for a fact that the number system gematria is being used to control the society. It is extremely beyond coincidental. Let me get to the room and take it off the screen share. It is extremely beyond coincidental. Did everybody see the screen? I don't think I took it off screen share, but I'll show the very last screen one more time because this I think somebody else is controlling my computer now, so I don't know what's happening. They're muting me, putting on and taking off the screen share. Let me go ahead and go back to the very last screen. That's funny. That's interesting. Okay, so here it is. So everybody just take a look. Should be screen sharing, and there's the Septuagint. There's the Omni, and there's the Vatican, and there's France, and there's Paris, France, and there's much, much more. But in reality, what's happening is not a coincidence. None of this is a coincidence. And it's all taking place to keep things synchronized for a certain energy. You'll find out that in magic, when you perform magic or rituals, you say things in a certain tone a certain amount of times. If you grab any magic book, it doesn't matter what type of magic, it could be sigil magic, It could be black magic. It could be voodoo. It could be any type of magic. Look through the book and watch where it says, say this amount of times. Say this amount of times. Shake this amount of times. Roll this amount of times. Breathe this amount of times. Any magic book that you get is filled with a thing that you have to do a certain amount of times because a number system creates a vibration. So to the brother DeAndre that asked that question, thanks for that. No, it's not a coincidence. It's absolute fact. There's much more of it than that, but I'm not going to take up the whole class on that. But shout out to you. That is the answer to your question. Go look up all those things, and you'll actually, as you're looking up those things, you're going to find much more as you look up those things. Okay. So wonderful. Let's get back to the questions. I hope everybody liked and enjoyed that. And I'm going to set up a situation where there's going to be a segment in the podcast where maybe I bring in some other people and see what they do with these kind of questions, because these questions are very, very good, but I don't see them being asked throughout the internet. I don't see these. I'm glad you guys have this Podclass to ask it, but these kind of questions, I don't see them being asked to the people that come on Sonnetter and all the other the so-called other channels. And you should put them through this test. See how people do. See how people can answer these kinds of questions to keep people sharp, so that we're not always talking about drama and this person did that. That's easy for people to do. Okay, let's go on. There's much more. Who else is in here? Let me see who's in here so I can actually address the people that are in here live. Thank you, Nahia Ninti. A lot of N's, a lot of N. Nice. Nahia Ninti, love the way you teach Tehuti. Thank you. I love your appreciation. Support, appreciate, and I'll continue to do this. It does take a lot of energy to teach without adding, just keeping it on the facts and just fact after fact after fact. So the motivation of me to do this is everybody in here and everybody that's in the circle that wants me to keep teaching. So my teaching style is accredited to all of you who like that. So thank you, sister, and thank you for your I know you support everybody. I know most people in here support, so thank you. That's what keeps it going. Renita? Is Renita in the room? Press 1. Renita, if you are in the room. Press 1 if you're in the room. Renita. Let me get back to the Renita, are you in the room? Okay. I'm gonna click on that. I'm gonna star this. I'll check back with Renita. Shout out to David Reed. David Reed gave us support. Oh, David. Oh, Dozier. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this right. Yeah, he put it in the name there. Okay, wonderful, Dozier. Dozier, we're gonna put you at wonderful, Dozier. Let me give you a shout out and put you up on the screen. Okay. Oh, Nyasha, are you Renita? That's right. It's hard to see who's who from who's in the room. The names. It's hard, but okay. I'm gonna figure this out because the names don't match the names in the room. So I'm looking for Renita, and maybe that's okay. Let's see. Okay, shout out to Doja for your support. Peace and love with the $5. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let me get back to the room to see if these two sisters are one sister. Oh, where's the room? So much screens on the room. Let me get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of Psychopumped. Get rid of that. And I'm back in the room. Let me get to comments and see if Renito is for Ray J. I'm totally confused now. Ray J, are you Renito? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'll figure this out. Is for Ray J. Ray J, are you Renito? Are you Renito? Okay. Thank you. We got it. Okay. Yes. So shout out to you. Let me get to your let me get to you. And I'm going to give a shout out here. Okay, now that I know who it is, shout out to Renito Ray J. Renito. Okay, I see it. Hold on. 1 second, my brother. Let me do it like this. I'm going to give a quick answer, and then I'm going to actually get into more detail on this the next class. Because I want to give you, I'm going to give you a quick answer, but you know me, I want to get into something more thorough, but I'm only able to do that on this question for the next class. But I can give you an answer. Oh, this is you. 6. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna replace it. Shout out to you, my brother, for this interesting question. And here we go. Let's get it in. Here we go. Okay. Which he asked. Here it is right here. Show. Shout out. No, that's Doja. Shout out to. Oh, I see it now. Thank you, brother. I had to blow it up to see. I see it now. It says Ray J. Thank you, brother, for helping with that. Who created writing, Tehuti or Sheshet? Very interesting question. I'm going to get into more detail next week. So Tehuti is attributed as the creator of writing, arithmetic, mathematics, and Sheshet is a female goddess of writing, which leads back to the time of Tehuti, but the actual origin of the creation of it goes back to Tehuti, whereas the scribal aspect goes back to both of them, but the creation of it does go back to Tehuti. But I'm actually going to elaborate. I'm going to get into more next week, a little bit more on Sheshet and Tehuti. So the scribes have to take the position of a Tehuti, but they have to carry what's called the Sheshet. So the Sheshet is the name of one of Tehuti's wives. It is also the palette that the scribes carry in tribute to her, because it's actually named after her. So it is what they carry is called the Sheshet. And it's actually the word for the plant that is used to create the papyri called the shesh. So the word shesh is a word that is a papyri, and it also means wisdom. So most of the attributes of the shesh is applied to the female sheshet because it goes back to the lily, back to the papyri, and it goes back to wisdom, which that became known as Sophia, and thus the female in Greece of wisdom became known as Sophia, the goddess of wisdom, going back to Sheshet. The creation of it and the origin of it is always attributed to Tehuti, but most of the tools, the writings, and the wisdom of it is associated with actually being named after the female goddess Sheshet. We're going to get more into it next week, but that's the beautiful thing about Kemet is that in Kemet we have female goddesses that we attribute power to and male goddesses that we attribute power to. When they came in with religion, they erased the female goddess and replaced it with the male goddess, and even put in the Bible that God and men suckle babies with their breast. That's how extreme they went to eliminate the woman. Both of them are the God or the supreme being of writing. Tehuti is attributed to the origin of it. Um, the wisdom and knowledge of it is actually named after Sheshet. Shesh is a word for the lotus plant, and it's also a word for light and wisdom, which is what the scribe brings you when he gets into the position of Tehuti and writes on the Sheshet and hands it out to you. You read from the Sheshet. So both are attributed with writing and being the supreme beings of writing. But as far as the origin, it always seems to go back to Tehuti as the origin of it. I'm looking for more information actually on Sheshet because I know information on her is actually hidden. It's actually very difficult to find a lot on her to comment more about her. But maybe we'll get into that more next week. But thank you for that. Shout out to that to you for that support and that question. And I praise and give respect to both of them. It just so happens that in the existing writing that we have more detail on Tehuti's origin of the writing. We have to understand that the Romans burnt or destroyed, I believe it's up, not believe, but according to what I've researched, up to 500,000 papyruses were destroyed by the Romans in a burning and a destruction of the papyruses, and we've lost hundreds of thousands of papyruses, and the Romans and the destroyers were also male dominant, and they did not like information being attributed to female over male. And of course, these were the designers and creators of the Catholic Church, which is why it's called the Roman Catholic Church. And the Vatican and all of these aspects go back to men that actually dislike women. So there's a lot of information on women deities in Kemet that we can't even find anymore. So, but because I can't find them, I can't comment on them. I can only go by the existing information. Leads it back to Tehuti. The words themselves leads back to the female goddess Sheshet, and the knowledge of the order of it goes back to his other mate or wife, as they call it, which is Ma'at. Okay, so we'll leave it right there for now, and maybe next week I'll have time to get into a little more and actually show some references and dig up some things on Sheshet that are very difficult to find, but I think I can find them. All right, so thank you, brother. If you want to know a little bit more, also you can, if you want to contact me outside on Facebook and send me a message, and I have time, I'll give you a little bit of what I have outside of the class too. Okay, just to get into some more thorough. But thank you, my brother, for that support at least and the question, and we'll get into more as time goes on. But thank you, Ray J. Oh, we got one of the best rappers on the Killer Priest podcast. I'm actually on a song with this young brother. I believe this is him. It looks like him. K9. Shout out to the brother K9. People go check out his YouTube, check out his music. Brother's good. He reminds me of a young Jay-Z and Reminds me of young Jay-Z back in the day, but he's good. Good vibe. Every song we've heard so far on Kill the Priest that he's made has been good. I've not heard a whack song. Shout out to you, K9. Peace to you. Okay. Shachette was always cool with me because it looked like she had a cannabis leaf over her head. Yeah, which is not actually what. Funny though. We'll get into that one time when I have time. Thank you, Kamit. Great info. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, K9's does some good tracks, relaxing tracks too. They're nice. They're very nice. Soothing to the mind. Let's get into more. Shout out to you, Ray J, for that. And you know what? Here, moderators, if you can, put the link in the room to the track with K9, the collab. Let me see if I can let's see if I can find here just to put collab podcast. I'll put this in the room and you guys can go listen to it. One is called Warriors Dance, and this one here is a artist collaboration. Let me see if this is it real quick.
File your taxes free.
And then if this is it, I'll put the link in the room and you can listen to K9, I believe, is on. He should be on both of these. Let me see. Okay. Here, I'll put the link in the room and then I'll also play it when I take a little break, maybe. Okay, so here's the link. If it's not this one, it's Warriors Dance, but there is the link in the room right there with the collaboration track. You can hear the brother K9 on it and myself. If that's not it, then it's another one called Warriors Dance. And K9, if you want to throw that in the room, you could do that as well. Okay. All right, let's get on. We have James Pierre Louis. Shout out to James Pierre Louis. James Pierre Louis, call him 7. James Pierre Louis James Pierre Louis got picked up a book and it looks like he read it and he's giving a shout out in support for the appreciation of the book. Let me see here. Okay, peace. I'm Jay in the chat. I finished read book. I'm not sure if Jay is Jamaican, but it sounds like Jamaican to me. I finished read book. Yes, sir. I'm glad you enjoyed the book. Shout out to you for that support. Speaking of which, let me go over here to Kamit, and let me just do this. I'm going to zoom up past a lot of people and just jump to Kamit because I think I'm trying to see if Kamit I don't see sent payment for books with question via Cash App. Oh, here you are. Oh my goodness. Kamit. Oh, okay, good. So Kamit, this is a combination of purchasing things and support. This is the largest of the day because it's a combination of some things. Let me go ahead and show this. Musa and Kemet Karis One album. Okay, I think this is a combination of support, a question, and ordering books all in this huge offering. So it's a lot. It's a combination of some things in the writing. Let me see. So that overlay. Here we go. So shout out to Kamit with the huge book purchase question and $75. Shout out to Kamit. And I guess this is a guy, he'll sort out. The moderators will see his question, but Musa and Kemet, KRS-One album. Looks like 2 questions. Shout out to you for the biggest donation / book buy / question of the night. Shout out to you. Kamit every week comes through. And Kamit, let me go to the moderators will see the question. If you're asking a question about Moses and Kemet, maybe, I'm not sure. Go ahead and ask that, and I'm definitely going to get to that. But I'm going to do something for you in front of everyone right now, just to show how we do things in the Tehuti pod class. So, Kamit, if you're in the room, press 1, because I'm not looking at the screen right now, but when I come back, I will see you. Go ahead and press 1 in the room. And what's that one? Thank you for the book purchases. And the question. And let me get back to the room to see what the room is looking like, if Kamit is here live. Kamit, are you in the room? There he is. Kamit did the 111. We got you're getting a thanks from Sanetia Moon. Kamit, thank you very much. The moderators are thanking you. Anki Ma'at put Warriors Dance. There it is in the room there. Thank you very much, Kamit. And Kamit, check your email and tell us what's in the email. Check your email right now and tell us what is in the email. Shout out to a new person that just came in the room, Tony Samarono. Tony Samarono, shout out to you. Welcome to the room. We got moderator Nani Asset says, ooh, oh yes. Yes, thank you for your purchase. Nani, thanks you for the purchase. Okay, so Kamit, if there's anything in your email, please tell us if there's anything in your email. Grateful for the knowledge bestowed. Okay, and even Jody says, thank you. Here's Kamit's question. 1, have you heard KRS-One's new album? And Manti Musa, King from West Africa. Not the biblical Musa. I will say no to those for now. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I've had even Sonnetter, I've had people mention this new KRS-One album. I've been a KRS-One fan since 1986. Have I been alive since? I've been a KRS-One fan since 1986. I believe he is the longest artist I have ever listened to. At least 1987. And I'm hearing a lot of things about this new KRS-One album. So just for you, my brother, I'm actually going to go get the KRS-One album. I'm going to listen to it. And then I'm going to comment on what I think of the KRS-One album. I hear that it's really, really good. I haven't listened to new KRS-One in a little while, but I've listened to almost every album. And I love KRS-One. I wish this really went through. I wish it went through. I wish KRS-One comes back and goes through with a program that he was going to set up with us. He's going to set up a program where he was going to do his concerts, and then he was going to do his concerts, and then he was going to have me and some other brothers at the bottom teach. He was going to go to the museum, pick up museum duplicates that were in the back of the museum, and then he was going to have us at the bottom of the concert. He was going to give us the museum pieces, and then we were going to break down and teach the people that came to it was an awesome idea. He was going to be rapping about the knowledge of the top floor, and we were going to be at the bottom. And as the fans came in or left or came down to the bottom area of the concert, we were going to be teaching and breaking down the breaking down what he was teaching about and breaking down the items that are from the museum concert. Okay, so this was the day that we actually talked about it. Over here, this was a great day. I remember this day, but this was the day that we talked about it. It was a little while ago, and he came to a place called Carras Unity Center, and that's me and him there, and it was a really good idea, and it was funny. We were wearing matching clothes that day. That was very interesting. But that is Tehuti and the Grandmaster Blastmaster KRS-One, who is the first artist to have a name that means knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone. And I hope I'm gonna try to contact him and see if he's still interested in that idea, because the people that were bringing him to this place actually didn't respect who he was. They didn't respect that he was as valuable to the community as KRS-One is, and I never seen KRS-One come back again. And I hope that I'm gonna try to reach out to him and do that idea, because that idea was wonderful idea. There, did I screen share this computer? I don't know who's controlling my screen share, but okay, there's the image right there. I don't know if that was on before because it I don't know, but anyways, there it is. So yeah, KRS-One, longest MC I've ever listened to, and I'm gonna go check out that album just for you, my brothers, because you mentioned it. I'm gonna go check out that album. Okay. The moderator Sanetia Moon says, please like, share, subscribe. Okay, definitely. Please like, share, subscribe to all the people in the room. Again, let me put as you can see, that is the PayPal, that is the Cash App. Please support with donations, support with donation questions, and I will do my best to answer, and just support the movement in general. We've definitely supported McDonald's. So let me get back to this and see some of the other questions and donations and things that were asked. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this man Lamar. Lamar, I don't know if he sent this in after I broke down the Gemateria, but he sent in a question the donation amount is 1111. Very good, very interesting. Okay, this is brother Lamar, who's in the room as scribe. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I feel good tonight. I feel very good. I don't feel tired yet. I feel like I can still go on and still teach. We're gonna go on, but thank you, Akamit, for that. I'm gonna check that out. The Manti Musa thing. No, I'm not familiar with that. Not the Musa in the Bible, but I'll look it up and I will get back to you, and I will definitely get the KRS-One album and check it out and comment on what I think of the KRS-One album, which I'm more than likely gonna like it because it seems that people are raving. People are speaking very highly of it. So let's get into the good brother Scribe Lamar, who asked a question with 1111. Okay, let's see. Here you are. Is this Lamar? Here he is. Boom. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I do not know the questions that are being sent. They just get sent, and I do my best to answer them. And I will, and you know how I do when I do these things. I try to do it precisely and thoroughly because of the Tehuti Podclass. I want all of you to be teachers and precise and thorough when you are asked questions. So here is what is the significance of the owl in Kemet? Very good. What I'm going to do right now, the shout out to you, Lamar Owens, who's who's been supporting ever since he came in contact with me, literally almost from the first week or so. Shout out to you, young brother. This brother's very serious, by the way. Lamar Scribe, are you in the room right now? Karis One. Anybody who says Karis One is the best gets no argument from me. He's definitely the best at what he does. Definitely. He cannot be replaced. There's been no equal to him. I was so sad when Big Daddy Kane ate him, though, in the verses. I was so sad. But anyways, yeah, Karis One, much respect. Is the brother Scribe in the room? Is the brother Scribe in the room? We got Karis One lovers in here. This is awesome. Karis One is a goat. Absolutely. Literally, if most MCs were like Karis One right now, the world would be much different. So what I'm gonna do, everybody, is I'm gonna take a couple minute break, and I'm actually gonna play You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. Well, thank you for reading. Blessings. I'm gonna play in the intermission. I'm gonna be gone for about 1 minute, 2 minutes, and in the intermission, I'm actually gonna play the track with me and Canine and Killer Priest. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on. Let me see. Sorry about the noise in the back. If you guys are hearing crazy, okay, it's gone. Okay. Is this it right here? 1 second, everybody. Voltage. Oh, yes. Yes, let me, I wonder why the video's not playing. Hold on, everybody. 1 second. This is actually the track where, I spoke about that Aboriginal. I dissed the Aboriginal guy in the track. What's his name? Cuddy Mato. Let me see if this is it here. It's not showing it. 1 second, everybody. Okay, let me go through and do something really quick here. Is this it? This is it right here. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the room. I'm doing something right now. I have to step away, and I want to put this on for all of you to enjoy, especially those who like lyricism and hip hop. Those are like lyricism and hip hop. So shout out to everyone in the room. Welcome to those who just came in to the Tehuti Podclass. And we're going to get into Lamar's question when I come back. And shout out to you, Kamit, again, for your awesome support, man. You're always supporting. And did Kamit type in the room? Kamit, did you get the email? I can't necessarily see the room. Moderators, did you see Kamit say he got any email yet? I want to actually show the class something. Is Kamit in the room? And did he get an email? Let me see. Has a robot with 33. MGM has a robot with 33. Karis One breathe and spits life in his. Okay. Yes, I saw that. He got the email. Did you get the books, my brother? All right, P. Scott LaRock. What's that? You got him?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. All right, P. Scott LaRock. Absolutely. R.I.P. to Scott LaRock. That's for sure. That's for sure, man. Yeah. Scott LaRock. So Kamit got his books during the class. Kamit got the books at 0016. I don't know if he's on military time, but 0016. Shout out to you, Kamit. And yes, you can order the books while I'm teaching the class, and you'll literally get the books while I'm teaching the class. We are faster than Amazon. Okay, so what I'm going to do, everybody, I'm going to actually put on the track here. Hold on a second. I like this class. I like this today. Today is very nice. Let me see if this download, I don't want to have to convert it. Well, I think this is it. I think it. Trying to convert it, everybody, so I can put it right in the room. I hope it does it. And shout out to the brother Voltage Controller. I don't know if you're in the room, but Voltage Controller is actually the one that made this the music for this. Voltage Controller, one of the best producers ever. Voltage Controller is awesome. I'm trying to convert it and see if it converts. If not, I'll have to play it through my microphone. Okay. So while that's doing that, let me get back to the room and look for a couple more, and then I can take a couple minute break. But I want to take a break and leave you all with something while I'm gone. So I'll stay here until this converts. Where is the room? Okay. Oh, where's the room? There it is. Okay, where is the notifications? Here we go. CMOS. Oh, CMOS. CMOS, are you in the room, Golden One? If you're in the room, I'm going to put this in the room. And what does that smell? Something from outside. Strange California smells, man. Okay. Oh my. Strange stuff. Okay, so CMOS, we got 9, we got 10, we'll call you 10. Shout out to CMOS. I'm gonna put you in the room and oh, it went through. Nice. Hold on a second, everybody. Voltage Artist Collab. I am doing so many things here, ladies and gentlemen. Be patient with me. I got I am multitasking. I'm AD. I'm Tehuti. A bunch of people in this room. Okay, warriors. Dance. Killer priest. Let's see what pops up here. Which one is the right one, though? Hold on, everybody. There's a correction one. 7K. I think this is it. Hold on, everybody. Be patient. Hold on.
He's trying to shuttle, everything disappearing. Some old man
Okay, hold on, everybody. Okay, I'm back, everybody. This is computer's doing a lot of stuff. Okay, here we go. We are back. We are back. I was gonna wow, hold on, everybody. We are back. I'm gonna get into the last donation, which was from the golden one from the CMOS. And he said, let me get to the, I'm gonna have to just put it on the big screen here. Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and put it on the screen share because I'm having a little bit of computer difficulty. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it on screen share so you can see. Shout out to you, my brother, for this. He gave the 5 asking, whoop. Wow, crazy. Special Island CMOS said, speak on Paul claiming to have a different gospel. We spoke about this earlier, me and the brother here, but I want to know specifically now that I'm seeing the question like this. I want you to retype exactly what you're asking so the crowd can see clearly what you mean by this, because what I thought you were talking about earlier was that Paul was claiming there was a gospel before him. So now he's saying a different gospel. But go ahead and if you're in the room, type it in. The moderators will put it in, and I'll get to it. So in the meantime, let me get to the room. Are you even in the room, Golden One? I'm not even sure if he's in the room. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and put the tracks on and take a little break. And here we go. Okay, so here we go. I will be back, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and put on the first one. Here we go.
Get your Gandol. Voltage control.
Peace and blessings to voltage, we reconnecting. Beat is begging for some deep reflection. Shit, I keep forgetting it's a feature that I'm on with Priest the Legend. Please respect them more, it's feeding rectums till you need the press. You probably eat 11. We the best and all we need is Khaled screaming at them. Demons sending EMFs at me, but destiny deflects them. Believe I'm destined, bitches, this is fate. It's Anton the Bum, I spit that shit that make your grandmama come. I grab my gun and I point it at your skull. Pull the trigger, watch your brain spray on the wall. I'm a prophet like I'm Paul, so every day I walk tall. Prodigy even told us it's a spiritual war. Lord's Son is the best rapper ever before, and the best to get on a track and ever record. Half lion, Proverbs records, fellas with swords, men in fedoras, and we move in silence, gentlemen lords.
Hammer, I'll hit ya, I've had some better matches. Fuck you fascists, leave you in ashes while making classics. I'm the baddest, the madness got to me, grab the hatchet. Sliced his head off, watched him fall, then I trashed it. Send a message, I bring the wreckage, it's so impressive. You adolescent, you only reap what you sow, a lesson. Leave them gasping for air, barely grasping a prayer. I'm a cold assassin, razor slashing, leave nothing to spare.
Ain't rap, but peep how I said it. It's like a cop smoking bombing fluid. Poetic, God landed. I play my cards like Gambit. Shots fired, he screamed like Michael Janet. My hood exotic, I swear to God you just a practice. Battling mans like trying to bear hug a fucking cactus. You learn gymnastics on that street mattress. Marble travels, I never sold my soul for a flip, but I did doubles, red son.
Tamaray is not the Americas. Yeah, this is for the crazy fella who thinks the ancient pharaohs wore some battles while they taught Plato. They know what's Cordimero. He wants us to believe the Kemetic Netero came from Valley Hedo, Rio de Janeiro. Oh no, amigo. The name America, 1507, 80, 25th of April. Kemet dates BC 2400. So know the Netero hater was not from San Diego. No bueno, Cordimero, pero basura fiego.
I go by the name of Old Am I, the coldest flow alive, leaving them polarized. How old am I? Well, my soul is about as old as the solar sky, immortalized like words from Obadiah. How all the older guys in Cobra Kai, cause I take notes as if Yoda was on the mic. Now I'm on the track with Killer Priest, cause my flow got reached like the ocean tide. Tiger style like the life of pi. Got me striking them over the base faster than Nolan Ryan, cause it's a shame the game ain't fortified like a 8:45. Doulos.
Enjoy. Yeah. I've been fly ever since I touched this plane. How I land here in the first place. First place been my first pace. Need the same as my birthplace. I'm talking capital. They spell your name in lowercase. That's why the public laugh at you. You never get the joke that's factual. Actual offense that got me convinced. Outside this damn pandemic shit, I've been going there. Watch for the jab or get jabbed. Only God can save us. You can put your fate inside a piece of paper. Mine Alpha and Omega.
Hey yo, lights, camera, action. I'm kicked back and relaxing. I'm rapping for a fraction of the track for satisfaction. A dopamine reaction, passing grass among my faction. I'm broad podcasting, matter of fact, I bring the facts in. So what you axing? I flex the best, no question. Confess to show aggression first and make a worse impression. Progressive and obsessive with the equinox procession. God, mind possessed, blessed beyond your comprehension.
Cup of tea while the gods laugh. Red wine and cigar ash. Killer Priest podcast. Built on dark mass. Above the stars and vast. Black moon chat room. I shed rocket tears in the conscious spheres. It's not the witch but the men with the wizard craft. The craftsmen, hello, Lucifer assassin. The topics are options. AD said the earth was flattened.
Mr. Markable.
Lil Da Vinci, time for war, Blackfoot warrior. Dance with a tribal wise man. When I write, I ignite the light in the dark. My thoughts demolish symbolic art. Heart of little water, herbs, my word doctor. Meta-netter, got my feet and meet my ancestors. From my grandmother's land, the grand chief. I mark the beast with my cheek. Long hair, I gather up my energy.
Hey yo, home of the Empire State, New York, Mom State, Rob Apple City that never sleep. All play fast bags with cash bait. Samuel to a Marcus Garvey Statue of Liberty, 3,000 degree torch in the vicinity. It's the G-R-E-E-K-G-O-Ds, who's ready to cut the line of tree. Up beneath the us amongst us, like the Holy Trinity, vanity.
Yeah. Enjoy. Hey, this shit sound like Mortal Kombat. Contact sport, they swinging like a blind bat. But I'm beyond that, beyond rap. One of the legends, let you define that. Define fact, I'm one of the truths that you will wind at. My mind tap so far back, feel like a time lapse. I'm back to breaking all of these suckers just like a spine crack. I'm doper than any dime sack. If ever that I failed, I'm roping up any climb back. K. Yeah.
Maya's illusion, the fire and confusion. Humans holding up their bottles and they're smiling and they're snoozing, acting like it's sweet. It's the belly of the beast though. Most souls are content to live in hell is deep, yo. Every day I prepare and plan for the afterlife. So every second I strive to be a better man of Christ. Stand in the candlelight, grand, I'm a man of might. Giving what you love to God's the ultimate sacrifice.
I'm guessing it was needed to be the being that I'm being. Believing I'm not a rapper, just seizing my state of being. Beat the beat in REM sleep, sleepwalking while daydreaming. While beating on the beat like it's pussy, I drop my seed in. From the essence to the lessons, fertile soil to fertile crescent. Spread the message like Elijah, my square in the ring of fire. That's the lesson to the wise, and you them should call me sire. The fact I chose to spare them must mean that they tired.
This Buddha's pawn descended from heaven as Kung Fu hustle. The gun jujitsu, pit flash, went through flesh and tissue. We slime a shuttle, aerospace, build intelligent missiles. Get righteous money, change and disappear. Now haters sick, pour the nickel behind your ear. That's the old magic trick, there's levels. I buried hip-hop in the pet cemetery and they came back. And hip-hop killed commercial rap. Birds over heads like that spider wants a Tehuti hat. You get that?
Since it's the warriors dance, I roll a chorus of swords in his hands. Focus on thoughts, controlling the force of orbits of planets. We know that force is endorsing the panic of the pandemic. Did a show with Santana to show COVID with planted. Tehuti comes with the source and the challenge. Flying the plane, 80 Ross is the captain. Katie's part you should dial in. The way that a beta snake is awesome and wild in a patient state. I gaze in your face while your heart's on the violent. I lay in wait, you make a mistake, that's why Walter is smiling. AKA the K to the P, the exalted of Shaolin.
Yo, warrior dance like a euphoria trance. I'm advancing, enhancing when I'm smoking the plants. I be hoping to glance at the chance to get ridiculous. Cash growing green like grass, photosynthesis. On some mission shit, sick with the wicked spit. Hit 'em with Jurassic, intergalactic penmanship. High as the permanent firmament, slick this burst in a covert verse and win it first in the tournament. Perfect.
Our swords are state of the art, razor sharp, what you want, blade or dart, never play in the dark, it's your grave, not a park, should I let the grenade take them apart, it's all lyrical, wait, it's all spiritual, wait, it's all biblical, it's gonna take a miracle, to put back together your legs and your heart, you the Tin Man, can't withstand, the wizard of lyrics.
Okay, I'm back. All right, hope you guys enjoyed that. That was the collaboration that we did on Killer Priest with the brother who was in the room, K9, Voltage Controller, myself, AD, and some other good brothers. A lot of talent there. And you got to see, yes, we hold hip-hop, the principles of hip-hop very serious, and lyricism serious. Okay. Yes. Glad you guys enjoyed it. And Kamit says, spitting Ma'at Tehuti's first album. I speak it and pen it into existence. Tehuti, you have books, you need some t-shirts, ball caps, coffee mugs with contact info so I can spread the word in Missouri. I like that. Contact me, Kamit. Glad you guys all enjoyed it. Nanny put that up in the room. Nanny Setmer put that up in the room. That's a link. And bars galore. Love it. Nice. Thank you guys. Okay, so if I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. Yes, pure lyricism. I've been rapping since been rhyming since 1989, I think. I wrote my first rhyme in 1990. Maybe 1990, I wrote my first lyric. My influences are, people say Big Pun, but it's funny. My influences are actually the ones who influenced Big Pun. There was no Big Pun around when we were rapping. It was a brother named Lochem Shabazz, Chill Rob G, Cool G Rap. Those were the influencers back then. And then of course they brought in, the Big Daddy Kanes came in, but it was mainly Cool G Rap, Lochem Shabazz. Those are my influences. Okay, so peace and love, everyone. Let me get back to Golden One. You're in the room. Golden One, can you type in the room what you meant by the Paul situation? I actually thought you were talking about something else. You just want to hear something. Paul's a madman in the Bible. Paul's a mad nut in the Bible. Maybe one podcast will go through all of Paul's craziness. I'll go through one thing which is completely crazy. But Paul's fun. I remember when I met you, golden one. That's one of the things they used to always talk about Paul. I haven't talked about Paul in about 30 years. The Ill Street Blues, yes. But Paul's crazy. Paul in the Bible is crazy. But I want to know what the brother was meaning when he mentioned the Gospels in this donation he gave. It's different to my knowledge from what I discussed with him in the messenger. But I'd love for him to just type in a little bit of detail. What do you want to talk about when it comes to Paul? Because Paul's a nut, but we'll talk about him. While you're doing that, I'm going to go through it. It's getting a little late, and I do want to get through all of these. Let's go through all of these. Dozier. Oh, that's an email from Dozier. Dozier, I'll get to that. Who is next? Andre. Shout out to brother Andre the Millionaire. Shout out to Andre the Millionaire. Dre Millionaire. Andre. I'll just call him Andre. Okay, shout out to you, Andre. Go ahead and put this in the room here. Is 11 already here? Wait. 11. Okay. Shout out to you, Andre, for the big support. Appreciate it. Let me go in the room here. This is a good class. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying everyone in the energy today, and I love these. I love the support. I love these questions coming in, and we've gone over a lot of stuff. Let's go to Andre the Millionaire to show his support. Shout out to Andre. He gave it $10. But I want to show it, of course. Give him a shot. Andre, if you're in the room, you can press 1. I like to know the people who are in the room when I'm giving them their shout outs. Shout out to Andre. Here you are. Shout out to you, Andre. Boom. Andre the Millionaire. Shout out to you for your $10 support. Peace and love, and I appreciate that. If you're in the room, shout out to you and the support. Let's move on. We got a few to go through. Let me see. That's Andre, right? Andre. We have hey. Is this the one whose name rhymes? When you get a moment. Okay. Hey. Okay. Ashley, are you in the room? Ashley Too Crafty. Are you in the room? Ashley Too Crafty. Are you here? Ashley Too Crafty. Oh, wait. Let me go back up. Okay, Ashley Too Crafty, are you here? I'm gonna have something for you. Ashley Too Crafty has made a request. Oh no. Sorry everybody, hold on. This is okay. Do it like this. Here we go. Podclass. Ashley's Too Crafty. I'm going to send you something. Let me know when you get it. And when you respond, I'll let everybody know. I'm doing this all manually, people, so no. Okay. This is so... Okay, hold on one second, everyone. Okay, here you go, Ashley. Coming up. I think it's already here. Okay. And this is going out to Ashley Too Crafty right now as I'm in the room with everybody. She says thanks in advance. And here you go, Ashley. There you go. Boom. Okay, let's get on to the next one. Here we have Nito. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell, who is another great supporter. Another great supporter. Thank you, brother. We're gonna shout you out. Nito Campbell, are you in the room? If you're in the room, press 1. If not, no problem. I'm still going to give you the respect for the appreciation that you gave. And this is from Nito Campbell. 1 second here. 1 second here. Oh man. Where's okay, here it is. Okay, here we are, everybody. This is hey, thank you. Put a thing over top of that. Yeah. Hold on, everybody. I'm doing this all manually. Boom. Podclass. March. Nito Campbell. There you are. Shout out to Nito Campbell, who threw in the $18 for Still Learning. Nito Campbell's a great supporter. Oh no. Oh, what's that? Hold on. Hear me, everybody. My mic plugged out temporarily. Press 1 if you can hear me. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell's a great supporter. If you're in the room, shout out to you. I think there's something going on in the room with somebody's messages, but we'll figure that out. There's some glitches going on today. But anyway, okay, let's move on. Nito Campbell. We have who's this? Oh, Cash Peden. Cash Peden says, you're killing it, bro. Keep up the great work. Like your style. I appreciate your knowledge and your amazing ability to clearly explain the truth and connections between the levels we experience. And shout out to you. Thank you. He says peace and blessing. Oh, book request. So he sent all that and asked for a book request. So here, oh no. Thing is, okay, let's glitches in the matrix. Let's move out from here. Okay, Cash Peden. We're gonna go like this. Okay. We're gonna move on. It's a great night tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great night. Huh? What?
Apologize.
Huh?
Apologize to them. Apologize to the chat of Nania Setmer. When I came back, my phone was doing some crazy stuff. So it shows that I deleted messages. I did all kinds of stuff. But I didn't do it. I wasn't here. I was in the kitchen. Let them know, okay, stay.
Okay, this somehow I want to address something, everybody. What? One of the something's going on in the room where people are being timed out and messages deleted. It is not some type of error or some type of thing that the one of the moderators' phone is doing. It's nothing that. Yeah, it's Nania Setmer's phone is glitched and doing some stuff. It is not done intentionally. So everybody, whatever message you typed, you can retype it. We don't know why that happened. It's very strange. I saw Master K said message deleted. So I don't know. We do not know why that happened, everybody. Apologies from Nania Setmer for wherever that happens. She doesn't know either. So Nobody's messages has been deleted, or nobody's been timed out on purpose. We do not know why that is happening. A lot of glitches happening. Jody's on timeout. We do not know why that is happening. I don't know. Can you can it be untimed out? I don't know. We don't know what's happening here. It is not us doing it.
It's saying that they're timed. Oh my god! So they're timed out for 300 seconds.
Okay, so you have to do it on the computer. I can't come on with that phone number. Some type of glitch. Yeah, so we'll figure out later. But
This part was on top of it.
Okay.
I didn't know it did that until I sat down and looked.
Okay, so yeah, something happened, everybody. So we don't know, but everybody, you're back. You're back. Nobody will be timed out or deleted again. It's something that happened to the screen of the touchtone screen that started doing those things. So, anyways, no problem. Everybody's good. If you can hear me, everybody was timed out. Jody, Golden One, and any Master K, whatever happened. Some faults of something happened. We don't know. Sorry for that, and none of it was done on purpose. Okay, so anyways, let's move on. Let's move on here. Anthony Peden, are you in the chat? Is Anthony Peden in the chat? Shout out to Anthony Peden. Anthony Peden is actually I think is my last for right now. Glitch in the Matrix today. Glitch in the Matrix. All right, we'll call you 13. Okay. Okay. Okay, those who are timed out, Jody, maybe I think she was one of them. It will be untime out. It will untime out the people after a few minutes. 300 seconds or something. Okay, everybody just be patient. Jamestown says hacked. So if anything else happens again, please type it in the room. The moderators will address it. But in the meantime, let me give a shout out to the brother here. Who's this? The brother here is oh, now it's telling me I can't okay. We gotta delete overlay. Delete overlay. Now it's not letting me. Oh, it's not letting me put up on the screen. Let me try this again. It is a glitch day. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Anthony Peden, who says had a question in the chat. Anthony Peden, type it back in the chat. The moderators will let me know if I don't see it. It would be good, everybody, if you can fit it in. Put the questions here in the Cash App, because I don't necessarily see the chats all the time. I do not see the chats all the time because I have my eyes on a bunch of different things. And I'm going to look in the chat right now. And your chat name, Anthony Peden. Okay, but shout out to you. Thank you for the question. We'll see what it is as we get into the chat. One moment, everyone. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. All right. We have so much going on. Where's Golden One? Is Golden One on timeout? He's supposed to have put a clarification, but then I'm hearing he was timed out. And I don't. Okay. I did send clarification on my question. Let me scroll up and see. Golden one.
Whoever sent something,
Oh.
I was able to undelete the ones that
Okay.
I was able to do those.
I don't see it. Maybe golden one for this glitch. Some glitches going on. We're having a smooth day. We gotta no more glitches. Okay, Cash Peden. Cash Peden. Can you send the question? Either email it to me or type it in the chat because I don't see it. I think maybe some people's chats are muted or something. They're typing and it's not going through. But I don't see the golden ones. Clarification. I don't see Pete neither. Okay, shout out to Still Chilling in Amsterdam. Shout out to you. Who's this? Heru Tumos. Shout out to you. Okay. Shout out to you. And shout out to Badgen Pharaoh. Peace, Pharaoh Tehuti. I'm at work watching, getting my mind right, listening. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna keep going through. Let me go through and I'll wait for the golden one to clarify because for some reason his message did not come through. Moderators, if you see his message, go ahead and screenshot it and send it directly to my phone so I can see it because I'm not seeing it go through. Okay, let's get on to BJ Leisure. BJ Leisure was actually in the room listening, and he sent a thank you. And it looks like another question. Also further explain what are reptilian with a square technology. Oh no. Well, let me go ahead and put this in the room. I'm gonna try to understand. Bijan is asking about a reptilian, but with a square technology. I don't know if I'm clear on what he's asking, but I want to go ahead and put it. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you for the support. You are awesome. And I'm gonna go ahead and put you at 14. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put this in the room and read it and see if I understand its question. Okay, I see Cash Pete in 2 now. Okay, let me go ahead and give shout out to the brother who gave a thank you for this. And so shout out to Bijan Leader. He's the one that asked the question about the Grim Reaper, which started off the whole class. He says, peace to Hudi for explaining about figment of mind's imagination about Grim Reaper, distortion from Greek, misinformation of Ma'at. Also, Tehuti, can you further explain what are reptilian humanoid beings with a square technology SBED on their chest that I saw personally in Spain, Barcelona, in the city of La Rambla when I was in my car body. So, I can explain and talk about reptilians, but it looks like he is asking about a specific one. Can you do me a favor, Bija Leader? If you're in the room listening, can you look up an image of what you something similar to what you saw? Because I can discuss reptilians in general, humanoid, but you're asking about a specific one with a square technology, and then you're using a word that I don't, I'm not familiar with this word, SBED, a square technology SBED. So I don't know what that is to be able to answer the question, and I'd have to see what the square thing is to even know what we're talking about. I don't know if that's a badge. I'm not sure if that's a if that's some type of communication device. I don't know what the square technology is, and I don't know what that word is, SBED. So email me. Let me put my email in the room so I can get more clarification. And email me right here at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Send me an email with a picture of something that looks similar, because it's hard for me to explain what you saw if I didn't see it. And I don't even know the words that you're using. But shout out and respect to you for that. That is awesome support. You're sending support on top of the support, because you already sent support for the question, and you're sending support for the answering of the question, and it looks like you have another one. But I need some real clear clarification on that word SBED and what the square thing is you saw, because I don't know what you saw. I'm not sure what you saw. Okay, there is the Mishak. I was looking for Mishak. It looks like a hottie. Mishak, are you the SBED? Are you not the SBED? Are you the the leisure? So, oh, misspelling. Okay, you must be the brother. Okay, thank you for that support, brother. And send me an email with a little more clarity. Maybe scan for some images that look like what you saw, because I know you can't unless you took a picture of it. We were in the out of body, so it's hard to even describe what you saw to me. Just do your best to find an image of something that looks like it, and I'll see what I can do. But thank you, my brother, for that support. And you definitely okay, good. He said yes. Good. Reminds me of it looks like a hottie. That's interesting. All right. Okay, and the brother asked, do you have any books published? No, I don't have any books published. They're all put out by me personally. I don't have anything purposely. I don't have anything published. I'm gonna come up with a book that that may be acceptable for publishing and putting out on an Amazon, but I'm still thinking about it, because remember, I just came back out to the public. I've been kind of private and underground, so I am contemplating that, but I am very, very underground and very seclusive. And so no, I don't have anything published with that. Okay, let me see. Okay, I think is that it? I think that's it. Let me refresh my notifications. I believe it's 11:13 anyway, so I believe that is it, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's the last of the questions that came in. Wonderful. It's already 11:13 over here. Golden one, type something in the room so I know that your typing hasn't been accidentally muted. I know you wanted to talk about the Paul thing, but on my end I can't see anything you're typing. And you can, of course, always send me something in the messenger, and we'll go over it. Maybe we'll go over Paul in that next week. I just don't see I don't see your typing in the room from my end. Oh, great. Oh, here's your question. Here's Cash Peden's question, because Cash Peden did send a Cash App support, and there is the question. I finally found it. And the question is, as a person with Haitian and Native American ancestors, is the Kemetic culture and teaching what I should be following? Wonderful question, my brother. Wonderful question. This is actually a question that is leading people to have unnecessary debates. Unnecessary debates because we've been taught by this society that we're in to start our ancestry at certain points. And it's all based off of racism. So it's all based off of racism and political control. Okay, so when we say ancestry, a person with Haitian and Native American ancestry, right? We have to understand that nobody evolved in Haiti and nobody evolved in America. Okay? So we're talking about migration where people went to Haiti, people came to the Americas after migration, and then people decide what their starting point is off of just deciding. And I want everybody to really think about this logically. So when somebody tells me that they're Mexican, and I say, wonderful, you're Mexican. They say yes, and I say, oh, you evolved, you evolved, life evolved in Mexico. That's where your ancestors began. They sprouted up out of the ground in Mexico, or did some people migrate to Mexico? Whoever migrated to Mexico from wherever they came from, why would we ignore the migrators and only start from after the migration? Because I found no ancient bones in Haiti and no ancient bones that predate. Everything that we find seems to be of a migrational process, right? Until you get to places like Morocco and places like what they call Ethiopia. And then you start finding some of the original bones and civilizations actually sprouting up from the Nile Valley. So I don't separate people based on land masses as an ancestry. And this is the confusion that takes place when we get into the Aboriginal people and others that are being taught that we should separate your ancestry because my ancestry is where my father and mother come from, which means that they could have had me anywhere and I would still have the exact same ancestors. So if my father was in Jamaica when he had sex with my mother, my ancestry is not Jamaican. My ancestry is my father's genealogy. We have to understand to separate your genetic ancestry from where you happen to be born. So you could be born somewhere, but your ancestry is your father, and of course his and mother, and their ancestry is their father and mother, and their ancestry is their father and mother. So therefore, you have to keep going back and back and back, and nobody's ancestry began in Haiti. Nobody's ancestry began in the Americas. Began, maybe migrated, but not began. So as far as Ma'at is a spiritual system, practice, and a set of morals and a set of thinking that existed. And regardless of where you migrated from, that set of morals, that set of teachings, and the spiritual knowledge of the Ka, the Ba, the Ib, the Sekem, the Ren, the Kat, the Ku, and all the aspects of you that exist on an etheric, more refined plane than this applies to you no matter where you live. And this is where people got confused, is people think that the truth of your spirituality is relevant to what your ancestors or where you live is. So if I tell you, and if I teach you, Cash Peden, how to have an out of body experience, and I use the Per Em Haru or the pyramid text, or I use the Amduat, and I use some teachings from Robert Monroe or Robert Bruce or Albert Taylor, and I put them together, and you have a successful out of body experience, and you get to tap into immortality because you use the teachings of the original people who taught out of body experience. It is literally irrelevant if your parents are from Haiti, or if your parents were born in Morocco, or if your parents were born in Zimbabwe, or if your parents were born in the Sudan, or if your parents were born any in Jamaica, Tanzania, Trinidad, the principle of spirituality applies to you regardless of what your ancestry is. And that is why I teach people that I am not into the E1B131A2 A1B131 and all that foolishness, because our ancestors keep going back and back and back. None of them were into that. So when you look at Kemet wasn't run by any one bloodline. Okay? Narmer is not of the same bloodline of Ramesses. Ramesses is not of the same bloodline of Khufu as they separate them by those type of bloodlines. But Narmer follows Ma'at, Khufu follows Ma'at, Ramesses follows Ma'at. The foreigners from Libya that came in, when they come in, they follow Ma'at. The Nile Valley was 4,200 miles long, and nobody asked anybody what their blood type was. Nobody said, oh, you're from Sudan, you can't follow Ma'at. When you go down to the Sudanese area, to who the Europeans call the Nubians, you find them following Ma'at. You find them with a picture of a beautiful sister, an image of a beautiful sister of Ma'at. And that's 4,000 miles away or so from the top of Kemet. But if you go all the way up to Cairo, you'll also find those people following Ma'at. In ancient Rwanda, you find those people following Ma'at. So the Nubians didn't have any different religion from the people that were under the Cairo or the Amenta area. So yes, absolutely, the Kemetic culture and teaching is what you should and could be following, because it does nothing but help you and your life. And the interesting thing, and I'll say this to all the Aboriginal people out there who are debating, because everybody wants me to debate Sanchez and Dane Calloway. And I say, if they challenge me, I don't challenge anybody to debates. So if I'm challenged, yes, but I'm not going to go seek a debate. I've never sought one in my life and never asked anyone to debate me in my life that I remember. But for the people that go the Aboriginal path, then let's say we follow the Aboriginal path and teachings. Let's hear them. Let's see them. So in the time of the Saqqara pyramid, in the time of the so-called Khufu pyramid, so-called, if we say, what were our ancestors doing and following? What was the teachings in 2400 BCE? What can we read that our ancestors followed before any type of invasion? And we go to the Aboriginal people that are just spending their time debating on, we're Americans, we're the Americans, we're not African. Okay, good. Once I understand that, can you please show me the ancient writings of how to live my life and apply to I want to apply some teachings to my son based on provable ancient writings. I don't want to hear any oral tradition that somebody's talking about now, because anybody could talk now. But show me, since we're the original people and we created civilization, then we should have a record of what we followed and what we taught. And unfortunately, every Native American I've asked this to can't show me any set of teachings of any specific spiritual system. There's no teaching of any ancient morality coming from the Americas in 2400 BC. There's no teaching about this difference between the soul and the spirit and anything. I'm trying to get a teaching. So that is the issue when it comes to actual teachings, like what you see behind me here. These are actual teachings and breakdowns of the soul, the spirit, morality, how to raise a son, how to raise a daughter, how to be a king, how to be a female ruler, how to be a scribe. There's like specific systematic civilization teachings. And unfortunately, if we go back to the ancient Native Americans, even if we were here and we're them, where are the teachings? I asked all the brothers, could you give me, I want to give up, let me give up Ptahhotep, let me give up the teachings of Tehuti, let me give up the teachings of Kigami. I'm going to give it all up. I'm going to put a feather on, I'm going to be a Native American. Okay, great. I have a 9-year-old son. I have some children. I want to raise them up. I have wives or mates, as they're called, and I want to know what to do in my family structure. What should I read Aboriginal person, that shows me that we were civilized and had a system. I want to know about the soul and the spirit, and what did the Native American believe about out of body 2000 BC. So yes, my brother, absolutely, because I don't even know of a teachings of the ancient Haitians. I'm still waiting for people to show me any teachings of ancient Haitians that go back 3000 BC, 2000 BC, the teachings of ancient people in Mississippi that go back 2000 BC. We actually don't even have a teaching to have a choice. Whereas in the Nile Valley, we have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of actual teachings you can apply to today's thinking and today's raising up of a family that are actually extremely specific, and I use them in my family. I haven't found a Native American ancient teaching to even make the choice, even if I wanted to go Native American way. So I actually challenge, not challenge, but I actually just request for the Native American brothers and sisters to just show me a teaching of how I can raise my family. And since we're the original people here and we're not Africans, what are the teachings that are ancient? Not some new stuff from 2020. What's some stuff? Give me something in the BCs. Don't give me anything in the 80s after the conquistadors came. Give me something in the BCs when we were the original uninhabited, untampered with, pure Native Americans. Let's get some teachings, and I'd love to analyze them. I haven't got them yet. So the argument then becomes with everybody, we're this, we're that. And that's why when you go to these websites and these Facebook groups, it's only about them arguing about, you're the Egyptians, were the Egyptians black, were the Egyptians white, were the Native Americans the first, and they're arguing about that, but nobody says, okay, I accept the Egyptians were black. Okay, what did they teach? Okay, we're the Native Americans. Okay, what did the ancient Native Americans teach? I want to follow it. I want to apply it. So most of the arguments on that topic are based on just ego, people trying to prove who they are, but still eat any kind of food. I'm a Native American, but I can eat anything. I can do anything. I can beat up anybody. I can do this because we don't have any ancient thing to follow. But I just know that I'm a Native American. But I'm going to live a life as like a regular brother from the hood. But I'm a Native American. Once you prove that, where do you go? So yes, my brother, absolutely. Regardless of if you trace your immediate ancestry to Haitian Native American, the laws of Ma'at applied and were being practiced before there was a place called Haiti and before there was anything called a Native American. There was actually nobody on the planet calling themselves. You should ask the people, Native Americans, what did you call yourself in 2000 BC? I want to be proud too. I want to be a proud Native. What's the name of what did we call ourselves according to primary sources in 2000 BC as a Native American? What was the name of us? Because we definitely didn't say we were Native American. That's a European term. So yes, my brother, absolutely. Seek out Ma'at, seek out truth wherever it is, and has nothing to do with where your grandfathers and grandmothers are from, because we're the people develop the culture, not the landmass. Africa means absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing because Africa is just a pile of dirt. The only reason why Africa means anything is because people there built something. So Egypt as a place means nothing, but they have us focusing on land masses. But the dirt of Egypt didn't come alive and build a pyramid. The dirt of Egypt didn't come alive and build chairs. It's the people, our consciousness, that wherever we are, we're building things. Not the place, but it's the people. But they had to take the focus away from the people because racists realized the people look like this. So they just said the greatness of Egypt. No, not the greatness of Egypt, the greatness of the people that created Egypt. Egypt is a landmass of dirt and sand, and it can't create itself. It's the people. Okay, so I hope that helped you, my brother. Keep seeking Ma'at, seek out more questions, and peace and love to you, Cash Peden. Okay, so on that note, everybody, this is a great class. This went on really late. Please, okay. Peace, everybody. And then we're going to give some shout outs to people before we close it out. And Cash Peden says, thank you. I appreciate you. I've been searching for the truth everywhere. Glad I found you. And I'm glad I found you, Cash Peden, because your questions keep me sharp. Okay. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. New people just stepped in the room. Dashe, we're going to give a shout out before we close out. Peace to Dashe. Peace to Kamit. Ain't even native. The so-called Native Americans ain't even native. Peace to Kamit. Peace to everybody in the room. And okay, finally I get to see this. I couldn't see this. Golden one. We'll go over this next week fresh, man. We'll go over this next week fresh. This is actually what I thought the original question was, but the Cash App one didn't look like this. We'll go over this next week. We'll start fresh. I'm getting a little tired right now. But I want to give a shout out to everybody in the room. Give a shout out to Golden One. Give a shout out to Jody. Give a shout out to, my camera will be on in just a moment. Give a shout out to Mishak. Okay. And one moment, everybody. Hold on. One moment. All the moderators. One moment. Gosh, I should have put him in the. Oh, man. Okay. All right, Nakash, gotcha. All right, let's close it out right, everybody. Shout out to Mishak. Shout out to Master K. Glad you're back. And sorry again about what happened earlier. Shout out to Jody. Shout out to Vinny. Peace and love, everybody. And also, just for those who just came in the room, you can support the Tehuti Podclass also by purchasing the books. You can email me and find out how to get the these PDFs. This is the email right here, and the moderators will also put it in the room. Shout out to all of you, and definitely support the pod class even when the show is over. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can definitely still send the support to the information at the bottom right there. And we're going to give a shout out to the moderators. Oh, also there it is, the TTM Moon Cash App, and I believe I have the PayPal there. I'll put that right there. Boom. That's the PayPal. Appreciate everybody for the support. We're going to give a shout out to the moderators, who help very much with the smoothness of the show. Where are the moderators? There's so much stuff on the screen. Moderators. There it is. Shout out to the moderators. We have Anki M. Ma'at, Aset Ostmer, and Saneti Amun. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to everyone watching the Tehuti Podclass. Also, okay. Yes, shout out to everyone. And also, I'm going to show you guys one of the latest things that took place before I go, which is my official debate video is on, I'll show it on the screen right here. It's been moved from the back channel. There's a back channel that Sonnetter had. I had the official debate, and then my debate was put on a back channel. And then there was a set of conversations that took place. That was the debate topic. Here, I'll show you guys here. So here we're looking at the Sonnetter channel. You can go there, support. But if you go down, actually, I'm going to go over here to, that's the other, go to here to Sonnetter University. And you'll see something here. So we go to Sonnetter University and we go to videos here. We'll see that my video was a debate with Vocab Malone right over here. And we can see that that became the highest viewed on the channel. Vocab debated other people such as Jabari, got 3,000 views. Several people are on this channel, Tazariak, Garfield. I don't see the Garfield anymore. That's strange. Oh, there it is. Garfield and Gorilla Hebrew. These are main names. They only got 2,900 views. But my debate on here got 15,000 views, but it would have gotten more if it was put on the main channel. So I contacted Sonnetter a couple times and said, peace and brother, go ahead and put it on the main channel, because over here on the main channel, there was all these called Jesus Wars, all these conversations that derive from the debate topic, all of these source up Jesus Wars and all this stuff here. So the good brother Sonnetter finally put my debate on the channel, and here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. So you can go to the Sonnetter Studios, and not only did he put the debate on the channel, but when it was on the last channel, he had everybody press a 1 for me, press a 2 for Vocab. He had me as the official winner, but on top of that, he put it on this channel and then put it in the community. I don't know why this number keeps changing. My numbers were higher. I don't know if it's still open for voting, but here it is on the community wall. It should be locked. The number should be much higher than this, but it is still the win at 65% to 35. So it's an official win again with the voting, and you guys can go here and vote. I believe it's locked up, but the numbers are slowly changing. So maybe it's still open. You guys go there and vote, but I just want everybody to know that shout out to Sonnetter for putting that debate on the official channel, because it was way back on this other channel, and a lot of people were telling me they could not find the official debate. They can only find the conversations that everyone else was having on the debate topic. So you guys can go there and vote. I believe it's closed already, but the numbers are slowly changing. This is strange. But in case it's open, go there and vote. Okay. Peace and love, everybody. We have I'm gonna introduce him again. I'm gonna go vote now. Thank you, Gavia family. Shout out to Gavia family. Shout out to Cinemetia Moon. This is please like, share, subscribe. Shout out to Jody, who said it was an awesome debate. I voted already. Shout out to Nanny. Set Mur, who said who's posted the email. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the brother who asked what type of snake it is. It is a from Honduras, right? So I guess he's Native American. So he's from Honduras, and he is called a Honduras hypomelanated tricolor. So he's supposed to be 3 colors to imitate a poisonous snake, but he's hypomelanated, which means that his melanin came out stronger than the rest of his species. So instead of 3 colors, he just came out 2. The dark colors took over. So he's a hypomelanated Honduras snake. And that is him right there. He's also a snake eater. He eats other snakes, but I don't feed him other snakes. But that is him. His name is Nakash. Same name as the so-called devil in Genesis 3. but it's actually a name that is a name for the Cometians that lived in the so-called Sudanese areas, the Nakashi. Shout out to Vinny. Thank you for that question. Shout out to Vinny. Shout out to everybody in the room. Thanks for the class. Thank you, Vinny. Shout out to all you people in here. Please continue to support. You guys are awesome. Let me give a couple more shout outs and then we're going to close out. Shout out to, of course, Robert. Robert, who's a consistent supporter. Thank you. And then shout out to Kamit, who says, Dum Diversus Podclass. I'm not sure what that means, but shout out to Kamit. Shout out to RPM. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to Hybrid. Thank you for this wonderful knowledge. I've learned so much tonight, as always. Shout out to Golden One. You're here. Yes, sir. We'll talk, and we'll get into Paul next week. I'm a little tired right now. Shout out to Cash Peden, who said he sent 2 Cash Apps for me. I'll look out for them. I don't know I'll look out. I'll refresh. The Cash App I saw, my brother, was the one for 1618. I think that's the one I put on the screen. Don't know if I see another one, but no problem. I'll look out for it. Shout out to you, my brother, Cash Peden. Thank you for the awesome support. Shout out to everyone. I need to drink some more water. Shout out to Conscious Conqueror. Tehuti, if Tehuti wants, he can talk about forbidden knowledge on BitChute or another platform besides YouTube, like the V and the Plandemic, etc. Or the long nose small hats. Yes, let me fix this. It's not focused. Don't know why. I look blurry. Okay, hopefully we'll get back in focus soon. Shout out to you. Okay, everyone. It's Google Kids running Papa's old software. They have no idea how to create again, so they're babysitting and sinking ship into Web 3.0 can only get glitched. All right, shout out to you. This is Neath on the hat. Shout out to Neath from South Africa. Peace and love, everybody. I'm going to end off with the affirmation. And let me get this. This is not clear. Stay clear. Why is it do I look blurry to everybody? Let me see something here. Everything looks blurry to me. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but hopefully we'll auto focus in a moment. Let me strange. Anyway, shout out to everybody. Peace and love to those who came to support the Tehuti Podclass. Peace and love to Scribe. Bars galore. Peace and love to that's from earlier. Peace and love to everybody. Vinny Black, Lodge, and we're gonna end off with the affirmation. I would love for this to get clearer. Is it the light? No. I look blurry, right? Do I look blurry? Very strange. Okay, do I look blurry?
You do.
Yeah. Not sure why. Let me do one more thing, everybody, and see if I can fix this. I don't want to end off blurry. Let me see. Okay, that got rid of the thing. Okay, I think I'm a little better. Okay, I'm a little better. We are back. I'm clearer. Wonderful, awesome. Let me see something here. Okay, fix that. Okay, Peace and love, everybody. Peace to Black Alucard. He says, peace and thanks for your time to give us the knowledge, Black Alucard. Peace to you. Peace to everybody. Peace to Ahati Ma'at. Peace to the moderators. Peace to everyone out there. Peace to Meshach. Peace to everybody. I'm going to say the affirmation and wholeness tribe. Peace to AI Vasquez. Peace to everybody. Those small hats. Peace to everybody. I'm going to put the moderators one last time. And there you are. Boom. Peace to Unki M. Ma'at. Peace to Nani Asep Mur. And let me take the screen off. Let me take the banner is blocking. There we go. Peace to Unki M. Ma'at. Peace to Nani Ast Mur. Peace to Sineti Amun. Peace to Ahati Ma'at and all of the awesome moderators. We're going to end off with the affirmation and then end the class. Everybody support the Tehuti Podclass. Send your support. Send questions. If you want, you can send questions beforehand. If you like. You can send questions beforehand. No problem with that at all. You can send support in between. This is the information one last time. PayPal is Rocky. SV, Cash App, TTM Moon. Please support with questions. Thank you, everyone, for the support. And we're going to end off with the affirmation, which goes like this. Anki Ma'at. Anki Amat, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset Emayat. Mean have a pet Emayat. Un MS, Nin Tet Aset Emayat. Hold on, everybody. My nose is. One second, everyone. Hold on. My nose is blocking my words. 1 second, everyone. Hold on. What's going on here? I live from Ma'at, but then I speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Excuse that. My nose did a little something and kind of broke it up. But excuse that, everybody. I love everyone that supports. Love everyone that comes to class. Peace and love, everyone, all the moderators, everybody that is here. And we're about to end off the Tehuti Pod class. Peace and love. 4 hours and 42 minutes. I'm tired. We are out of here. Say peace, Nakash. Peace and love. There's my shining snake shirt. See, moving around with the colors. That is the energy. Peace and love, everyone. Hotep.